Hello, hello, everyone. Good evening. Hey, Miss Justice. Much love, PG. Much love to you, girl. You know it. All right, number one in here tonight. Number one. And Lynn, number two. All right. Hey, PG in chat. Hey, girl. How you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. Robin, number three. Number three in here tonight. All right. God bless. Good to see you in here. And number four, let's see. Karen, you're number four, girl. You're number four. I wanted to make sure I was going to be right. Number four. All right. God bless. Good to see you. Hey, Angel Girl. How you doing, sweetie? Kathy. Hey, Dollar. How you doing? Oh, wow. Gifted 5 Prayer Garden of America memberships. Who did that? PG. All right. PG did it. I get excited. I get excited. 5 Prayer Garden of America memberships went out. That's a gift that we'll keep giving. Hold on, you guys. I got to pat myself on the back. All right. Hey, Yorkie Mom. How you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Lady Q. Janet. Only eyes for you. Virginia girl. Good to see you guys. Good to see everybody in here. Hey, Jenna. How you doing? Stephanie. Nurse Cindy. Good to see you, sweetie. God bless. Spread love. Mary. I'm going as fast as I can, you guys. I'm trying to get to the bottom. If I miss somebody, please forgive me. My three girls. How you doing, honey? She said I made it. Yeah. Audrey, how you doing, sweetie? Okay, I think Greeter Mama, there you are. Auntie Sherry, how you doing? Prayers and justice. Peace for Summer Moon Utah Wells, her brothers. Prayers for all of Summer's army. Tons of prayers, hugs, friendship, and love from Oklahoma. Oh, girl, that is beautiful. We so appreciate it. God bless. Yeah, there's Auntie Sherry. She's hanging out in the chat tonight. Good to see you, Auntie Sherry. Good to see you, girl. Yeah. Did anybody else hear Andrew talking? Oh my goodness. He was saying some bad stuff about PG, right? He was saying some really bad stuff. Yeah. He was talking about PG, my no goody spots. I was like, what? Wow, that's so sick. That's disgusting, right? Wow, I wonder, I wonder, wonder what his old lady thinks. Of him sitting around thinking about other people's, goody spots. Wow, that's like what? Yeah, that I agree with that, Stephanie. Absolutely. And then he was oh, like he was livid, right? He was like all livid up. Um, to be honest with you, I was rolling. I was rolling, you guys. I was like, that is just the funniest stuff. He was, when he went out of it, live last night, he was all upset, right? That was some funny stuff. Funny stuff. Yeah, he is, Robin. Girl, you got that right. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, he be saying some evil stuff, right? I mean, his mouth ain't got no filter. His mouth has no filter whatsoever. Hey Australia, how you doing, girlfriend? Good to see you. Hey T Love, how you doing, sweetie? But yeah, I'm like, whoa. And everybody, listen, we might not be seeing Andy B tonight because uh I found him. Got a picture of him. Got a picture of him. I know where he's at. There he is. He's up there protecting the graveyard. Right? there, there's Andy. He's up there protecting it. He's PG. When our friend might show back up, I got to stay up here and protect everything. Right? There he is. There he is. That freaking Gnome. Right? He, if Andrew wants to find him, there he is. There he is. He could get up there. He could get up there, and I think he's wearing a pretty nice pair of slippers. He's got on a pretty good pair of slippers, you guys. Um, Andrew might be able to get up there, and it ain't no boots, but he can still lick them. Right? He can still lick them. That's what PG's got to say. Oh, did anybody hear about True? Did because oh man, it is like it's all in the grapevine, right? Yeah, it's all the detail. It's in the grapevine big time. Uh, yeah, child abuse. Um, yeah, True got in trouble for child abuse, you guys, straight up. Um, oh yeah, and I'll be showing the receipts on child abuse, neglect, endangerment on 7/8/2024. It happened. It occurred on 7. I believe that's 7/5/2024, and she's got to be in court. She got a court date, a hearing on 8/26 of 2025. 8/26 of 2025. She has a hearing. So I guess more than likely, her kid's already been took. It sounds like her kid already has been removed from her, right? Wow. Apple don't fall far from the tree there either, does it? No, I'm telling you, these people, they don't value children. They do not value children. They're just too abusive, right? They're too selfish, self-seeking, self-centered, too abusive. Care about nobody or nothing, even their own child, even their own children. That is like super disgusting right there. I mean, if you can't love and care about your own child, don't tell me you care about anybody else's. Do not even go there. There's no way you could like someone else's kid if you would abuse and neglect your own. That's you know. And people like that, you don't want them babysitting. You don't want them. You don't want those kind of people anywhere near or around your children. That's absolutely not. So yeah, I would be too, Miss Justice. I would be too. I mean, I don't know about True, and I don't know about the guy she's with and how much family, because True really ain't got much family left. Her mom is gone. Her mom's gone. I mean, Allison would have probably watched and took care of that baby. But Allison's not around to help and do anything for them grandbabies now, right? And that's why you fight to keep your mama on this earth. You fight to keep your mama on this earth because your mama, is always there for you. Your mama is the one that, will watch your kids when no one else will. Your mama's the one that's always going to have your back when nobody else does. You need to keep your mama. And I'm going to tell you, they didn't even have that much sense, right? They didn't even have that much sense, to take care of their mama and keep their mama around for a long, long time. But I don't know, if the guy's mother, she probably don't want nothing to do with it either. But I don't know. I don't know. I just know that, it says abuse and neglect, right? So something happened to that baby. Something happened to that baby. And that's just, that's freaking horrible, right? And you know what's even more horrible? It's usually they hand those babies back to further get abused, right? They keep handing the child back to these abusers to continue to abuse it. A lot of times they don't even take it. They just leave it there to continue to get abused. I don't know what's wrong with this world. Like, this world doesn't value, it doesn't value, it's old people, senior citizens anymore, and it doesn't value children. It doesn't value children. And it really doesn't really overly value women either, right? Women get used and abused all the time. So, really it's not valuing anything if you ask me. Yeah. And then she farted in the windshield. That girl's blame it on the beans. Yeah. And that is hilarious, Deputy Sheriff. That is so funny. Oh, wow. Member for 4 months. All right. Love you, Mama PG. Prayers for you and your family. Summer's Army. Oh, that is beautiful. I appreciate that, girl. I appreciate it. But yeah. Anyway, I wanted to that's a cute picture, Andy, isn't it? That's a really cute picture of him. Too bad that he couldn't relax long enough to enjoy the 4th of July this year, away from the graveyard. He's got to keep watch. It's his turn to get up there and keep watch. Oh yeah, it's sad. It's sad for the little ones. Absolutely. Oh, hello, Auntie Sherry.
You gonna leave me up here forever?
Yeah, I was gonna leave you backstage forever, forever and ever. All right.
Yeah, really.
Well, I got you up here now. What's up,
Yeah,
girlfriend?
nothing. I just wanted to come see you. I do frequently. I mean,
Hey, is that your 4th of July shirt?
oh yes, it is. Here you go. It says, "Home of the free." Not pulling up my shirt, by the way. It says, "Because of the brave."
Amen.
See all the
Amen.
military there?
Absolutely, girl. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful shirt.
Thank you. My dad was a veteran, and
Yeah, I come from military families too.
yeah, my dad was in the Coast Guard, but all my uncles were in everything, Air Force,
Right.
whatever.
Right.
So anyway, yes, I'm very patriotic, PG. You know that. I'm like you are. You know, I really am. We have more in common than you realize.
My family comes from all branches of the military. They everything,
Mine
everything.
too. Army, Air Force, Coast Guard, Navy.
Marines.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Grange, yes. Oh, and I forgot. Green Beret,
Oh yeah.
specialized.
Right.
But yeah, this is a great holiday to celebrate.
Debbie sure says I grew up in a war zone. And that's
I've been
hilarious.
alive a lot. I have basically.
I think a lot of us
I was
did.
I was born in 1956. So listen, I went through I went through civil rights. I went through the Vietnam War. I went through women's lib. I went through the Iranian hostages. I went through
Right?
the fights in Beirut. I went through all of that stuff.
You've been through it all.
Yeah. And you know what? I believe that the Earth is round, by the way. And I believe that the astronauts did go to the moon because I watched it July the 20th, 1969, with my family.
Oh wow. How old are you, Sherry?
I'll be 69 on the 12th.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah, look at this pretty face. Do I look like I'm 69? Really? I mean,
No.
look at other people my age. They're just, you know why? Because I laugh a lot. I have a good, I have
Right?
a good, I have a good attitude. I smoke a lot of pot.
I heard that, girl. I heard that.
I don't mind telling anybody.
Mm. I agree.
I don't have brownies. That takes too much of
Right?
your pot. Takes too much of your pot to make brownies.
I like my
It's
brownie. I
it's
like my
easier.
brownie.
It's easier just to get a bong or a little pipe or something, you know.
I like those. I like the double fudge chocolate chip ones.
You know, we PG back in the 70s and early 80s, we used to go to the movies. We'd make a pan of brownies before we went. There'd be about 6 or 8 of us show in a row. Somebody's carrying it all in their pocketbook. We just pass out the brownies all the
Right?
way down the row. That's
Right?
back when you could smoke in the theater too, believe it or not. But we passed out those brownies, and I swear to God, we were laughing harder than anybody in that whole cinema. Promise you, we were obnoxious. It's a wonder they didn't throw us out. We were laughing when laughter was already over, so we missed the next sketch. You know what I mean?
Right? I
But
heard
we're
that.
still laughing. Yeah, I had some fun in my day. Nothing dangerous.
Right, right.
No hard drugs. No. Mm-mm.
Hey, I hope not. I hope not.
Oh no, no, no. People were doing LSD. They were doing Quaaludes, and they were doing all kinds of this stuff. I'm like, or cocaine. I'm like, no. Well, don't you want to try it? No, I don't. I don't. I'll stick to drinking a beer and smoking pot. That's it. And I haven't changed yet. So there. And I did fix my hair for you, PG. By the way, hope you noticed.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, Sherry, like you. Absolutely beautiful girl.
I look like an ostrich, baby.
I get some chocolate milk. That's all I had. Lady Q,
No
you're
brownies.
that is
You
funny.
don't have any brownies? I'll have to cook you some brownies. So you gotta send them to you. I've never done that before, but I told you, we used to take them to the movies. We used to go to the drive-in too and take all that stuff. We were
Right?
out. Oh yeah, I can't remember any movie I saw at the drive-in. Not one.
That's the outside place, right?
Yeah, we had fun. We had fun.
Hey, T Love. Oh wow, super
Yeah,
sticker, girl. I appreciate it. I
give PG
appreciate the
some love. I'm
support.
gonna tell you why I'm here. Because I trust PG more than I trust a lot of people. Because you know where you stand with PG, black or white, black or white, black or white. There is no gray. There is no gray, no gray. And I have commended her many times in the comments and on lives and in the chat because she has never given up on Summer Moon Utah Wells ever. That has been her goal, and that is what she is still seeking, and there's not a damn thing wrong with it. in my
Amen.
in my
Amen.
opinion. And I mean that too. You know, I was talking to Jesus. I said, PG's on. I think I'll go up. She said, you think she'll let me up? I mean, let you up? I said, I can't see why she wouldn't let me up. You know, I'm not a nasty old mean person. You know,
Well, of course I'll let you up, Sherry. You know I'll let you up.
I
I
know.
didn't see you. You were underneath my content. And backstage, what happens is we have our content back there, and then that we pull up, and then below that is where we see everybody that comes up. And a lot of times I forget to put my
Oh, don't start giving me that excuse. I know you
my
do.
little thing. I forget to put my little thing in between. In between, you have
I
to.
know.
You have
I know
to.
you saw me, so stop making
You you
excuses.
have to scroll down. You have to scroll down in order for me to see you. No, I
I
didn't. I
can't see. I can't see chat, so I watched.
I
I don't even
didn't. I
watch.
didn't see you until I was getting ready to
Yeah, because
bring
you
up
had
some
too many
content.
brownies. You had too many brownies. You cross-eyed.
Yeah, I had those last night. I had those last night. And tonight, not so much because I've got to.
Not so much,
Um,
but that not so
I
much
got
means
I got a lot of
well, not so
preparations.
much means a little. You know.
We got tomorrow's the fourth. Tomorrow's the fourth, girl, and and you got to, after I get off here tonight, I've got to make a big bowl of potato salad, and so
Oh, I know. I
you
know.
got to have that macaroni salad, that potato salad, the
Yeah,
coleslaw. I
yeah.
make the coleslaw. I'll make the coleslaw tomorrow, because I don't like to make coleslaw the day before.
I
So I'll
love
make fresh
homemade.
coleslaw salad, tomorrow
I like
to
that
go with
too.
the hot dogs and the
It keeps the
hamburgers and the
cabbage. It keeps the cabbage crunchy. If you know.
right, the ribs, the
We're
barbecue
having
chicken and
ribs.
stuff. Mm-hmm.
My caregiver and I. People don't think.
What?
People don't think I have a caregiver. You wouldn't believe what happened to me on Monday. I told you I can't tell anybody
Do
because
tell.
no, I can't. I'll be in
Why?
trouble. I'll be in trouble. Somebody will come after me.
What? What happened to you? For
Well,
real?
okay. Please bear with me and don't judge anybody. Okay.
Oh, I ain't judging.
All right. My caregiver comes in. I'm sound asleep. She always rubs me on the leg. She'll say, Sherry, you need to get up. I said, what's going on? And so I wear this blinder over my eyes because I'm very
Right.
photosensitive. Light will wake me up. And I had that over my eyes, so I just pushed it up to my forehead. I said, who's here? She said, the APS lady's here to talk to you. I said, Adult Protective Services? She said, yes. I said, okay. So I went out there and talked to her. She asked me 50,000 questions about stuff about
Wow.
you about YouTube and was I being exploited and all this stuff. I mean, did I smoke marijuana? Yes. Do you have a firearm at your house? Yes. Well, they said you shouldn't have a firearm and smoke marijuana. And then
What? What? Are
this
you
is
kidding
this
me?
is too funny to tell.
You got to be kidding me.
No, they said I had dementia.
Who did? Somebody out on YouTube said,
Whoever called APS. Said
"Whoa,
I had dementia. That my caregivers were taking advantage of me because Erica's driving my truck. She's on my insurance. She's my caregiver. I can't drive, so she does all of my driving, my prescriptions, my doctor's visits, whatever,
right?"
whatever. So groceries and everything.
And she has to be insured.
Well, of course she is, and her mother is too, because her mother comes on
Yeah.
weekends. This lady's asking 50 million questions, and I swear they said the APS first question she asked me, she said, Sherry, are you barricaded in your house? I
What?
said, I said, what? She said, are you, I can't hear well anyway, but boy, I thought that was a strange way to put it. Are you barricaded in your house?
Whoa. What is it their business? What is it their business? It's not their business.
It's
Your
payback.
life,
It's payback. They just,
My, it's supposed to be my body, my life. My body, my life. Why the hell do they care? Are they gonna pay your bills? Are they gonna clean? Are they gonna clean up the mess when you're gone? No. So why are they there?
to they thought they were going to create problems, but I've dealt with APS before.
Right? Oh wow. I would give, you know what I would do? I would hand them my lawyer's number and say, you need to call him, not me. Right? That's what you need to do. And they wouldn't get in my house.
Well,
I would
no,
refuse, I
APS,
tell them, I
I
got
don't,
I got enough brains to do
I
this and
don't
shut the
have
door.
anything. I don't have anything against APS. I love them, but you know what?
They ain't coming to my house. Ain't nobody coming to my house and
Well,
judging
they
me.
sent this
You don't
person.
pay my bills, don't
Let
come
me
in
tell
my
you
house.
something. The only reason they knew my address and how to get to me was because I had ordered something from a particular person,
All
and
right.
they passed around my address, whatever, whatever, whatever.
Oh, is that pocketbook? Was that fake
No, it's a
that
real.
fake fur?
It's a real coach. I bought a real coach, and I got it for Erica, and she was thrilled to death with it when she got it today. But and I showed her how it's a date number, it's not a serial number, and I showed her where to find it in the purse, and all this kind of stuff. But you know what? I was trying to do something for my caregiver because she takes care of me all the time, and
Yeah,
I feel like I need to, surprise her every now and then with something. You know what I
of
mean?
course. Nothing wrong with that. You tip the waiters?
Yes, I do always.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
You know
um,
how I tip the waiters?
matter of fact, some restaurants automatically take the tip out.
Well, it depends on
And
how many people are in your party. The more in there, they're going to take the gratuity.
right. And the point being is, you don't mind because you're getting good service. If you
Right,
get good service, you don't mind, giving a good tip.
right.
Um, you
I'm
know,
going to tell you guys an easy way to remember. If you
they
have a
ain't
40,
nobody showing up for that, right?
if you have a $40 bill, I mean, uh, voucher, whatever chit from the restaurant, and it says $40 on it, just multiply 40 times two. It'll be eight. So you pay $8. It's 20%. That's the
Right.
that's the easiest way to do it.
Absolutely. I agree.
These people get their calculators out and everything. Not my sisters. They'd come to the table and say, "Who's paying?" And she go, "She is."
I usually tip um a 20. That's what I usually leave for a tip is 20.
Well,
If it's
you
a
know,
good, if it's good service and everything, I think that's more than fair. That's more than
right?
fair.
Yes, it is more
And
than fair.
and I always make sure that I pick up the table, as much as I
Oh
can,
yeah, and
clean up.
slide the dishes toward the front
Right.
where they can reach them, and
Absolutely.
it's
And
it's just being polite to your server.
right,
That's all.
right. Yeah. I mean, you know, I've actually went through like, regular restaurants, McDonald's or whatever, and I tip them with 20. I
Yeah,
mean, they work hard too. They work hard too, and sometimes it's
and
nice to know that you're
then their mouth
appreciated.
flies open like, "Are
Oh
you
yeah.
sure?
Oh yeah.
Are
Yeah.
you sure?"
Mhm.
Yeah.
But you should always be grateful. You should be grateful,
Well,
and
the way I look at it, PG, you should tip anybody that performs the service for you.
well,
Even if they're coming to doing your yard work, they do an excellent job. Give an extra $5 or $10. It's not going to kill you.
absolutely, absolutely. And like your mailman, leave your mailman, a Christmas
Yes.
gift. Leave the mailman a Christmas gift.
Yeah, they
Make
don't
sure
like
that you
fruitcake. No fruitcake.
no fruitcakes, right? But you can give them a gift card. They like gift cards.
Oh yeah, they
Um,
do.
and you can, in the same way, um, you can give your leave your mailman, Easter time, you can give them a little something, Valentine's Day, let them know, the
Yes,
holidays.
yes, yes.
Always leave them something, on the
My
holidays.
hairdresser, my hairdresser comes to my house now to do my hair because I'm not
Oh,
very mobile.
wow. That is
I'm not
so,
very mobile,
that's sweet.
but you know
Right.
what? I've known her for about 25 years.
That's a hard find. To get somebody to come to the home, that's a hard find.
Well, we're very good friends. We are. She's
Right.
she's Puerto Rican. Don't tell anybody I said that. There's some
Hey,
Puerto
that's
Ricans
okay.
that are
Okay
serious.
with me. It's okay with me. I believe there's
Okay.
one race of human
I
race,
don't
honey.
care. I've been all over everywhere and seen all kinds of
Right.
people. Uh-uh.
I'm going to tell you the one thing I learned a long time ago, boy. If you don't love everybody, you ain't getting into heaven because everybody's going to be there. There's going to be all different cultures in heaven. If you can't get along
I
with them
preach
on earth,
that. I preach
forget it.
that all the time. Jesus said,
Yeah.
love one another. And
Amen. That's
that
it.
means I try to love everybody. And I do.
Hey,
I wouldn't be here if I didn't love PG.
we
And
need to be.
everybody knows I love PG. And do you think I give a flying fish? No.
That's it, girl. We
We
need
get
to.
along fine. We get along fine. We don't need any interference from anybody else.
Right. I'm going to tell you, Sherry, you got to be like, the Lord. God checks your heart. He don't check the outer person. He checks the inner person.
Yes,
And
I know.
that's what we need to do. We need to check people's hearts. If they
Yes.
got a good heart, they're good people. Hey,
And stop judging
embrace
people.
it.
Stop judging people because you're not the judge. That's
That's
what.
right. You know, that's it. That's it.
You're not the judge. There's only one
I'm going to
judge.
tell you, there's evil. There's evil in every culture. There's evil, and there's good in every culture too.
Yes.
You
And
know,
on YouTube is exactly the same.
and every culture will be in heaven. Trust and believe that there's going to be every culture up there. So we need to quit stereotyping people and start just start loving everybody and leave it
Exactly.
alone.
Exactly. That's God's job. It's not our job.
Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm a very spiritual person. Very.
I heard that. I heard that.
You know.
We all want to
But
go to heaven. We don't want to go today, but we want to go to heaven. Right.
but yeah, I find it really helpful at night when I'm praying to testify to God again that I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, that He was crucified on the cross, that He arose to heaven in 3 days. And I testify that about
Amen.
God. I testify to Him every night,
Absolutely.
every night.
Well, it was
And I pray
Jesus.
for, I
Jesus
pray.
died on the cross and rose in 3 days and went back to sit at the right hand of the Father, which is God
Yes,
Almighty.
yes,
You
yes.
know,
We believe in the Trinity: God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's
that's right. These three
that's
are
what we
one.
believe. That's what we believe.
These three are one, like a man and a woman. They're two people, but
Exactly. They're
but they're
two
one,
people, but they will be joined as one.
joined as one. Absolutely.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to get into.
Get into
Um,
what you're going to talk about because I'm listening.
okay. I wanted to. I told you guys I would continue to let you hear what all Andrew said. Everything. He didn't want this in the hands and the ears of a lot of people. Obviously, he didn't want people. And hey, any YouTubers or whatever out there that would like to use it, go right ahead. You got my blessings.
Yeah,
But
use me too.
absolutely. But I want to let you guys. I want it out here because I know he didn't, because he lied. Because he lied, he told a lot of lies, you guys. And and that helps Summer's case a lot. It helps her case a lot, believe it or not, when we're able to, cipher between the lies and the truth. And there's always a little truth and lies as well. And
There is a thread of truth in every lie.
absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to let you guys hear this. PG, they got fresh news for me about the wells. Um, fresh news to me about the wells. Let me see.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. I knew. Thank you, TBI, for calling us and asking if they could come look over the road below our house. Thank you for not forgetting our daughter, Summer Moon, Utah Wells, Dawn and Candace. Um, I already seen this, you guys. I already I already seen this earlier.
Who sent that to you, PG?
And Don and Candace, actually, Beautiful Sunflower sent it to me.
Okay.
But um,
I love Beautiful Sunflower.
oh, absolutely. I but they're. I really don't want to speak. I really don't want to speak too much upon that particular topic. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes with law enforcement. Um, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes with law enforcement. Um, they're back. They're back up. They're back up. They're actually checking out Morrison Cemetery. If you guys want to know, they're actually looking into Morrison Cemetery. Up there.
Thank you, Andy Bernard, because you first brought it up. Thank you. I think you were the first.
Who?
Andy Bernard.
No. They posted that. They posted that on Find Summer Wells. That was on Find Summer Wells a little bit earlier. And
okay, I'm mistaken. I'm sorry.
And really, Dawn and Candace, I don't know why they put it out. I don't think, it's because they're nervous. It's because they're nervous. They shouldn't have put it out. That was something that shouldn't have been put out. But you can't stop. I don't know. I don't know why they felt compelled to share that. They shouldn't have.
I
They
don't know what you're talking about. Is there a clip of it?
Don and Candace put out um earlier, or a little while earlier. They put out on the Summer Wells, the Facebook site,
Yeah.
TBI update. We would like to thank TBI for calling us and asking if they could come look over the road below our house. Thank you for not forgetting our daughter, Summer Moon, Utah Wells, Don and Candace.
I don't have Facebook, so and I never have, so I would never say anything like that.
They
Well,
they
thank you for
posted
telling me.
they posted it out. And well, you know, we know there's no abduction due to the fact that TBI keeps going back to the Wells house. They keep going back to their house. They keep going back to that general area. And what they're really up there looking, you know, what they're really up there investigating is, you know, Morrison Cemetery. You know, in my opinion. I mean, I'm going to say in my opinion. That's
And I'll keep it.
That's what they're. I'll keep it too. I'll keep it too. Absolutely. So, yeah, that, you know, that's what's truly going on.
In my opinion, and I'll keep it. Sorry, PG. I think some of the things you say are funny. I love you, PG, but I'm not ever going to call you sissy, okay? Get over it.
Yeah, and
You
why
get over
not?
that right now. I'm not
Why not? That's my name. Why you ain't gonna call me sissy? That's what everybody calls me.
Well, I don't have to, do I?
You don't have to. No.
Okay. Is it okay if I just call you PG?
You can call me PG. You can call me Margaret. You can call me Dusty Butt Margaret. You can call me Martha. You can call me Kathy. You can call me Paula. You can call me what other names have they called me so far? They called me a lot of them. Right?
Her real
Hard
name
to keep up with all those names that they've been giving me.
Her real name is Sherry.
Yeah. Real name Sherry.
Scary Sherry.
Yeah, Scary Sherry.
Yeah, I'm so scared. It's scary.
I was looking to see if anybody sent me anything else. But yeah, I knew they shouldn't have posted that out. They shouldn't have posted that out. DCS absolutely distracted and hindered us from law enforcement to focus on what happened to Summer. Then they took 3 of the 5 witnesses away. No, there wasn't. There was 6 witnesses. There was 6, not 5. Tim Mullins. There was 6. There was the 3 boys, Grandis, Candace, and Don Wells. There's 6 of them. They didn't take 3 from the 5. They took the boys were in the house being gaslighted. So they really weren't witnesses anyway, because they didn't know what the hell was going on. Really, the witnesses are Don, Candace, and Grandis. They're the paupers, if you ask me.
What if it was an accident?
And I'm going to tell you something. Summer ending up on those milk jugs wasn't no accident. And not only that, but
I'm not talking about
okay.
That.
Here's the thing. Why did Don Wells start driving a different vehicle on the 14th? Why did he fire his coworker to blame it on if it was going to be an accident? How come they went looking for, they went looking for old Mr. Dobbs that very night if it was going to be an accident? It wasn't no accident. This was pre-planned, premeditated, carried out. There was no accident. I won't ever believe that. Mm-mm. Because see, what you don't understand.
I didn't declare it so. I just said, what if it was?
Well, I don't have to worry about if it.
That's a big difference in stating
I don't
something.
have to worry about any ifs because you don't start driving a different vehicle, firing your coworker up to blame something on, and you don't go looking for an innocent man in the middle of the night, after dark to do something to plant something on him. If if it was going to be an accident, it wasn't no accident. That was premeditated. What happened to Summer had been planned out for a minute. And I think when they saw that open grave over there, that was the perfect opportunity to, dispose of her, get her down in there before they even called law enforcement. And perfect place to put her. Perfect place to put her, and Dom was so adamant that she wasn't going to be found. So no, I don't worry about no ifs. It all points to premeditation. And we saw Hunter go into the water, so that tells us right there, who did the worst part of it. Because she's on those milk jugs looking, to me, she's unalived. I think she's unalived in those milk jugs. He also said she was wet. She was wet on those pillows, which tells us that she did not get dressed after swimming. So they had to, he said when they went back through the drive-through at Walgreens, she was wet on a pillow. And, so that tells us that through Walgreens, through Sonics, and through at the store, Summer was laying against the driver's side door on a pillow, soaking wet, probably unalive. When they got to Allison's house, Allison had supposed to have surveillance cameras. She did not offer any of that up to law enforcement. Matter of fact, the cameras came up missing. So with that being said, I believe that's where they took her in. They actually dressed her. They dressed her there, probably make up their face some because she looks like she had lipstick on, and possibly some foundation, and to try to cover up the bruising that the natural, the natural form of that a human body takes when it's not with us no more. And and you could tell by the hood, the way it's pulled, that someone yanked on it to try to position her on those milk jugs. So with all of with all the evidence and everything that we're seeing and so forth and so on, allows us to understand that this is where the child ended up unalived, and who they chose to pick to go do it. In my opinion, which was Hunter. They decide to to break it up. They decide to break the day up, like go and have him do the worst part, and then not let him and leave him and leave him in the dark, leave him in the dark. And then they take Summer after this, and they take her and meet up with, which I believe, Chad Arnold, who Candace followed out of Ben Hill Road over to that cemetery. I believe that's where she was for the time, the time span she was gone, between the first time she came out of off the hill, after they got back, and the second time she came off the hill. She was missing for a time span. And I think that's where she went, and and was watching and making sure they got Summer down in that hole and covered up. And then she went back onto the hill and and talked with Grandis, and then and then went into the house and said, where's your sister? I sent her in here. And them boys are like, we didn't see our sister. Hell, we thought that she was outside this whole time with you guys, but okay. Yes, I did. I told you, and well, she might be down in the basement, Mom. Oh, and then Candace runs down there, gaslighting the boys up. She says, I don't know if that door was open or locked. And the reason she don't know is because she didn't check it. She was gaslighting the hell out of these boys. When she went down those stairs, she just went down there to stand, to stand around for a minute to come back up and act like she was doing something that she wasn't doing at all. And she, she just gaslighted them, and even, even mentally, in my opinion, mentally traumatized these boys into believing that, it was their fault somehow that this little girl was gone. And it wasn't any of their fault at all. These boys, little be known to those boys, Don and Candace have been plotting against this little girl for weeks. For weeks, ever since they cut all her hair off, they've been plotting against her, and waiting for the right opportunity to do what they did. And when that graveside opened, I think that was the calling card and the right opportunity right there and then. That she thinking she won't ever be found, and and it would have worked. I think it was brilliant. I think that was brilliant. If Andy Bernard and Jody Sue and a few others wouldn't have started talking about it, if so much attention wouldn't have been called to that particular grave, and then who, the people who actually ditched the graves came out, which is, the Morlocks and Chad Arnold, who the Morlocks are related to Chad Arnold through marriage. And Chad Arnold, well, he's a piece of crap, right? That's something we didn't know early on, but he's a real piece of crap. And he's the one meeting up with Candace that she followed out of there, and he's a grave digger in that area as well. So, with all of that being said, I'd say the first part was, at the swimming hole where Summer got online by Hunter, and that's my opinion. That's what I think. And the second part, was Chad Arnold putting her down in that Morrison Cemetery grave up there, and then Candace, going back and gaslighting the shit out of the boys.
PG, do you believe this could have happened? That when Hunter went in the water with Summer and he was splashed her.
Absolutely.
And Candace said not to. Do you think that he said, "Come climb on my shoulders and you can swim way out"? Just jump on my shoulders.
No, absolutely not.
She hit
No,
one of those
absolutely not.
ribs.
No.
I think
that boy was on a mission.
I'm asking. I don't want to be condemned for it, but I
Right.
have questions.
He was up waiting for Candace. He was up waiting to be picked up. He was up waiting to be picked up. He already knew. They were coming to get him that day. They was going to use Grandma's knee to go into Kingsport in order to pick him up. They was going to use the excuse the emergency room for her knee. And it was all planned out.
During COVID, you had to wait 3 hours in the emergency room.
And well, apparently she didn't.
Well,
her old ass went in there. Her old ass got in there about 9 o'clock, and she was coming back out about 10:30. So and they gave her a big old shot in the knee too, which I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that there was something, a little bit of pain handed back to her on June 15, 2021. In that knee. That's my opinion. I'm going to keep that too.
You're going to keep that one.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it. It's too bad.
We don't know. None of us.
It's too bad they didn't put that knee brace. It's too bad they didn't put that knee brace on there and squeeze it as tight as it would go, right?
PG.
I don't have no mercy.
I'm in the hospital, PG, you're not coming.
Well, you wouldn't want me there. You would, if I suspected that you sit there, well, an innocent 5-year-old child, got on live. No, I don't think you'd want me there. Right? You wouldn't want me there. Hell no. I have no mercy for anyone who uses and abuses a child.
I haven't used and abused a child.
That's right. So why wouldn't you want me there? All I do is hold your hand. I just
That
say, hey, Cherry, everything's going to be fine.
that'd be just fine, PG.
I make sure the doctors did everything right. I make sure I write
Uh,
down all the, if they give you anything, I'm going to write it down. I'm going to ask them before they give it to you. Are they sure that you're supposed to have it? I
yeah,
want them to double check. I want them to
yeah,
double check and make sure it's
yeah,
not going to interact with anything else you're taking. I
yeah.
want, I want, I want to make sure that they're doing everything right for you.
I would do the
Right?
same. I would do the same. I always do. I ask too many questions. Pisses everybody off.
You know, you got it. You
It
really care about
does.
somebody. You do the right thing for them.
What do you
I mean,
do?
I wouldn't
What are
do
you
no less.
giving
I
me?
wouldn't do no less for you than I would for my own mother. Right? I wouldn't do any
Right,
less. You
right.
know,
I understand
but
that. You have
but
respect.
Grandis, I'm going to tell you something. I would tell that old bitch. I would tell that old bitch, don't even call me because I'm not showing up. I don't care what they do to people like her. You know, I just don't care. I don't care what
You,
they do to Candace. I don't care what they do to Don Wells. I don't, I ain't going to show up for people like that because they're evil. They're evil. And I don't have time or space for any evil beings. I'm going to tell you what, I wish I could have showed up for that little girl. I wish I could have showed up for Summer Moon Utah Wells. Summer's all I care about. That's it. I just care about this little girl getting found, brought home, and justice served. I just care about her brothers getting the closure they need and all of this to live a normal, decent life in the future. And that's all that's all I give a damn about. That's it. And I don't care for any of them suspects. They can all kiss PG's backside and they know it. I don't care for any of them. And don't care what happens to them either. I don't
we
care.
we know, sissy.
Absolutely. I'm not the one heartless. I'm not the heartless one
No,
here.
you're not. No, you're not.
Them
And
mother, them motherfuckers are the heartless ones
I
because
told,
one,
I told.
the parents used and abused that little girl. There is witnesses, that can testify that she used and abused this little girl from day one. She didn't even want the little girl, but used and abused it. And along with them other children as well. I mean, those kids were living in a pig pen and barely getting food and everything else. I mean, these kids were already living one hellacious life. And on top of all of this, I mean, that really takes the cake. But I'm going to tell you something. You also had those people surrounding this little girl that knew that they're the witnesses, right? Jody Sue's the witnesses, Andy Bernard's the witnesses, Fred Hills, Laura's, all of these people
Well, if
surrounding
it
this
was
little girl.
if
And
it
what did
was
they,
so wrong, and those people around there, somebody should have said something to law enforcement. Really, I'm
right?
telling you, they should
They
have.
should have said something. They
They're
found
they're
this
just
little girl.
they're
They
just as
found her.
they're just as guilty for
And
not
then Jody,
reporting
yeah,
it.
exactly. And Jody Sue comes along, and Jody Sue says, you go ask Andy Bernard what he was given to Summer, what he was given to Candace to sedate Summer, and other little girls to be touched.
There are some pictures of Summer where her eyes are almost closed. I mean, you can tell she's sedated.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, and anybody that can support evil beings like that, I don't have, I don't got nothing for. I don't support that stuff. I support righteousness, and I will always support righteousness. I do not support evil, and I will not ever support evil.
Well,
You know,
if you're always trying to support righteousness,
and
and
it ain't.
everybody attacks you, PG, then you're doing something right.
Hey, let me tell you what, it ain't in my metabolism, right? I
Huh?
remember Candace said that it ain't in her metabolism, right?
It's
I'm
more
gonna tell
metabolism.
you.
It's more metabolism.
I think she meant
I have
it's
never.
not my
I
fucking
want to make
character,
this clear.
right?
I want to make this clear. I have never met Candace and Don. Never. And I want to make it.
Right. I'm gonna tell you something. we all love that little girl. We
You
all
just
love this
support
little girl. You know, when
you
you
support them. You support them. You support them. I haven't supported them with anything. I'm a mod of Candace's, which goes live for about 5 minutes, but that's it. I mean, and I don't have her phone number anymore. I had it at one time. We did talk, but our last conversation was pretty wild.
I'm going to tell you something. Um, it don't. If you talk to Candace and Don Wells, if you talk to Don and Candace Wells, it don't take you long to figure out that these are some real evil son of a bitches.
Well, I told you I lost her phone number.
They are manipulating. These are people you do not want anywhere fucking near you. Just saying.
Well, a lot of people don't want me near you either, but that's too bad for
You
them.
know, well, put it this way, Sherry. I would invite you. I would invite you over for dinner. I would invite you over for cookouts. I would invite you over to my home. I would invite you to my home. Why? Because, you know,
Because I'm
um,
well mannered.
me and you kind of clash here and there. But I'm going to tell you what. Um, yes, I would open my door and invite you in because you are a
And
safe
so
human
would
being.
I, and so would I
I
see
would
you.
not. I would not have to worry about you.
No,
I would not have to worry about you doing anything sinister or evil, and I know that.
no. And I know that about you too. So,
So
see,
I have no problem with you.
I
But
have
I
no
wouldn't open
problem
my
with
door for
you.
them other mother freakers, dude. Hell
I
to the
don't
no.
listen. No, I did. I wasn't the one to befriend them and have them over to my house and all that stuff. I was not. I did not. I have not. No, I've never been there. I just talked to Candace on the phone. That's all I can tell you. And I try not to judge anybody because judgment will come. But I don't. I don't trash anybody either at the same time because I don't know definitively what happened. And so I can't definitively say what happened. It's just a speculation. It's not what really took place. And I don't know how long it's going to take us to find out, but we will find out. I uh, I know we will, and that's why my name is Injustice for All.
The Wells are horrible human beings. All that they socialize with is horrible, evil human beings. You know, and that's just the way it is. I mean, Don and Candace wasn't socializing with the church. It wasn't those church people going up there hanging around on Ben Hill Road having cookouts and praising the Lord and talking about on the Bible and different Bible stories and singing good old country hymns around a little campfire with some marshmallows. Absolutely not. It was mother freaking, evil people like Andy and Jody Sue's going up there. Fred Hills and Laura's going up there. Marlena Crawford's, her brother, Chad Arnold's, Cotton Simpson's, Wayne Morlocks. These are the people. These are all the people that was going up there. And let me
Too
tell
many
you,
adults.
they every last one of them's got mother freaking records as long as your arm,
Too
baby.
many adults
I
uh,
mean,
with too
they're
little
all.
kids.
This is my opinion. They're all freaking
And
garbage.
you're going to keep
They're
it.
all garbage. And these are
You're going to
people
keep it.
you don't affiliate yourself with. You don't affiliate yourself with trash like that. What I'm saying is, if you are affiliating yourself with garbage like that, then you're garbage too. You're garbage too. Because,
Hey,
birds of a feather flock together.
may I tell you something, PG? When I was growing up, we wanted these kids, certain kids, to come over and play with us. And my grandmother said no. And I said, why? She said, they're not our kind of people.
That's right. That's right.
That's what she said. They're not our kind of people. They're not coming over here.
Absolutely. Your grandmother was wanting to keep you safe. I
Yes, she
mean,
did too.
you know,
She did.
um, there's, there's, let me tell you, your parents know who is proper for you to be socializing with and who isn't. Actually, your parents know better than you. They know better than you. And God bless them. We don't want to listen to our parents, right? We don't ever want to listen to our parents. But I want to tell you, if you're intelligent, you would listen to them. Your parents are always looking out for the best of your interests. They don't want to see people pulling you in and getting you in trouble. And most of the time, that's what happens. You get with these people, and they'll pull you in. They'll pull you in, and then get you in trouble. And it's not worth it. It's not worth it. You know,
Hey, Chad, I hope I'm welcome here tonight. I've been relatively quiet. Really.
yeah, you've been good. You've been good.
I'm excellent.
Absolutely. Psalms 1. Psalms 1.
Yes.
That's absolutely right. It absolutely warns you. Did not be going in the way. Do not go in the way of evil people. It tells you don't be sitting in the seat of the scornful. Do not. You're supposed to be delighting in the law of the Lord. You're supposed to be doing all. It tells you evil people are like you know they're like freaking dust. They're going to be blown away.
PG, do you think that you're a chosen one?
Do I
That you
think I'm a chosen
Yeah,
one?
that you've been
uh,
enlightened you've been enlightened and you know what is or is not and
so I know I got chosen to be up here for Summer Moon Utah Wells. I'm not exactly sure why, but I know I got chosen for this. You know,
I've been
I
by
do believe
God.
I do believe God uses his children. We're
Yes.
all vessels of God. Everybody's a
We
vessel of
are.
God. And yeah, I believe that God uses us, to for his own purpose, absolutely.
Yes.
I believe that. And
So
do
you're
I
a cho-
believe do
so
I believe that you
you
like
are a
I'm a
chosen
like I'm a
one.
chosen one?
You're a chosen one by God. Yes.
I don't know about how chosen I am. I get choose sometimes. Like sometimes I see somebody. Sometimes I see somebody, and all of a sudden I hear this voice say, "Give them some money," and I'm like, "What money?" Right? Because I really don't feel I got any money. I might have $20 in my pocket, if that, and I'm thinking I need that. How am I going to get through the week? I it's like what, right? And then I'm waiting to see if I hear this voice again. I got to hear this voice like 4 or 5 times sometimes because I'm thinking, uh, this might be me. This might be me. Just might be something I ate or something, right? Might just be me thinking the stuff. I have to hear it again, and I do, and then I hear it again, and I'm like, man, I ain't even hardly got no money, but I got to go over here and give this person my money. And I walk up to them and I'm like, the Lord told me to hand you this. And I give them what I got. And they're like, oh, I was just worrying about and
Yeah.
I'm like,
I was raised on the principle my mother told me. And I'm not sure it's always right now since I'm an elder. She always said put God first, your family second,
that's
your
right.
friends and your other loved ones
That's
third,
right.
and then put the rest of the people forth.
You know that's
And
common. That's
and
common
you know
sense,
what?
right, Sherry?
You you take the last of anything. And my mother stressed that to me. But in my older years, I realized that. Now wait a minute. That doesn't leave any room for me to do anything in between there.
Hey,
I
God
always
takes care.
I
God
always
takes
have
care
to
of
I
us.
always have to be last. I mean, damn, my last name is Weeks. I always sat in the back row. Worst place I could have been.
I'm gonna tell you. Um,
I don't care if people know what my name is. I came from a very good family. Very,
God,
very good
God,
family.
God,
Research me.
God takes care
Not
of
even a
you.
traffic ticket.
You put God first. You put your parents second. You put your children and your family after that. And
Yes.
yes, you put yourself last. And you
Last.
put yourself last because, you know, because God takes care of you. You need to worry about, if you're worried about taking care of everyone else, you're going to be just fine anyway because you ain't going to have time to be stressing.
To
And
worry about yourself.
yeah, you ain't
How
going to have
many
time.
times do I have to
Just
preach
let God
that?
take care of
If
you.
if you guys go volunteer
He will.
somewhere and help somebody, then you won't be thinking about yourself and being selfish all day. Go
That's
get out and do something if you can. I can't, but you can. Go.
amen. Amen. That's true, Sherry. That's true. That's true. Amen. I'm gonna tell you something. I do love my neighbors. I don't know how much they love me. They seem to love me pretty good. They seem to love me pretty good.
Not the
You
last
know.
time I talked to them, they didn't.
Right? Hey,
PG,
you
I gotta
you
give
got
you a
the
little.
you got the truth out of them, didn't you, Sherry?
Yeah, I
You got the
did.
truth out of
I went delivering pamphlets door to door.
them. Right?
PG, I'm just giving you shit. You know it. You know it. Actually I'm a fun-loving, great person to be around. It's these you two streets.
Right?
Yes, like my grandfather said. He said, if all these cars would get out of my way, I could drive.
Right? Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Um, I think that's a man thing. I think that's a man thing. Like almost every man I've ever known, almost every last one of them has always act like everybody's supposed to pull over and let them through, right? And it's like, whoa, I don't
No,
understand that. I don't
no.
understand that.
He was old. Drove 25 miles an hour. He had 3 miles of traffic behind him.
You
I'm like,
know, when I'm
I'm
when
like,
I'm
you need to
driving,
speed up. He said, well, let the fools pass me if they want to. I'm like,
amen,
I'm like,
amen.
Granddaddy, it
Hey,
takes 5 miles from town. It takes us 45 minutes to get there.
right? He ain't no hurry. He got all day. Maybe he enjoyed just
No,
being
he's
with you
just
guys,
puttering around in his old Studebaker.
right? When I'm driving, Sherry, I don't care. I'll wait. I wait. I will wait however long it takes. I'll just sit there. I figure God's got me here for a reason. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it, and I do, and I do.
I, I did.
I've learned
I
patience. I have learned patience, girl.
I have not learned that yet. I know I haven't yet.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know
gonna
what?
tell you.
These people were hawking the horn at me.
I'm not sure if I got the patience of a saint yet, but I'm sure working on it.
You never know. If you, I sat at a red light one time when I first moved to this city by myself. I didn't know anybody, didn't know anybody at my school. Everything was new to me, just like when I went to college. I was never afraid to meet people. I never.
Right?
Okay, I'm sitting at this traffic light, and it turns green. And it was really fast and go red, 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 red.
Wow.
Anyway, they start
Um,
blowing. They start blowing the horn at me, and I'm like, I'm not moving. All of a sudden, it turns red again. They start blowing it even more. I'm like, look, how many traffic lights do you want to sit through? I can sit through plenty of them. You can't go around me. It's a one-way street.
Right, right.
I just, I just let them sit and stew about it, you know. And I was young too.
Chris, you are hilarious. You're hilarious.
Oh,
Listen, I'm gonna keep Chris is one of the people in chat.
well, can you,
He said
can
he's
you,
going to the potty.
can
He's
you
going to the
flash?
potty.
Can you flash some stuff on the screen so I might see it, please?
What?
Could you flash some stuff on the screen so I might see it, please?
Oh, why ain't gonna flash that on the screen?
Well, I didn't
I'm not
say
gonna
every.
flash that on the
I
screen.
didn't say that. I said, would you flash some things on the screen?
um, they're wanting to hear about Andrew. They're wanting to hear about Andrew. Yeah,
Okay, continue.
Andrew was having a Andrew was having
Seance,
he was having daydreams about night things, right? Thinking
seance,
thinking about PG's
drinking people's
no
blood.
no he was thinking about my no goodie spots, girl. I was like, what? That's disgusting.
How do
Especially
we know?
But
How do we
I
know?
guess it was easier to.
How do we know that he didn't have summer at one time? How do we know that? Do we?
To be honest with you, Don did make a statement that they just got her back, right?
Yeah, that's stuck in my mind the whole time.
Yeah, I
And
remember that.
and Summer is there's a picture of her standing by the Penske truck too.
Oh, I know. I
But I
saw that
can't
as
tell I
well.
can't tell from the background where they are when that picture was taken.
They're at the storage units.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell from the background. It
Yeah.
was so much.
Yeah, that's where they
I'm
was.
just asking a question. I mean,
Right, right.
don't
Hey,
prosecute me.
you know, it's always good to go back and and bring this stuff back to the surface. Absolutely.
Well,
You know,
PG, when you get to the end of a case and you're just dumbfounded, you go back to the beginning of the case.
that's right. That's right.
And you rewatch everything, and this time you take notice. When you watched it the first time, you might not have, you're just watching it, but this time, you want to kind of take some notes, even if they're mental notes. You just want to see what went on at the beginning of the case. That is the freshest on everybody's mind.
Right.
So that's just my observation. I do have.
My chat is getting antsy, so I'm going to proceed with this. Okay, Sherry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sweetie.
Go from Tennessee to California than it was from New York to California. Because he was supposed to go do something in California and then go to Alaska for his.
Now he's talking about Jose. He's talking about Jose supposed to, go to California, then end up. Well, Jose didn't ever get out of California. Actually, once Jose came out for Summer's sake, he ended up unalived, right? Once they found out where he was, he ended up unalived.
Cannery job.
Well, but he didn't. That can't be true because when Jose went to Tennessee, he had nothing lined up. He was living with the Wells for almost 2.5 months.
He was there for a month.
And then more than that.
No, he was there for a month.
He was there up
in happened in October,
He was there
and
long enough to get a job.
he got there in September. He left right after that. He left
to get a job
that day, if not the day after that fight.
No, he got there before September because the kids.
No, he did not.
The kids were not in school. Your kids were not in school
because we didn't send them to school.
See, he's lying. No, they got up there. They got up there in August. Nobody's kids were in school. Don Wells was still up in Utah and hadn't got back yet. Matter of fact, Candace, Grandis, and the 3 kids had made that one trip to Wisconsin, picked up that bus, and had came back to Tennessee. And it was shortly around that time that they, here comes Andrew with the Penske truck and the vehicle into Tennessee, and and picking up whatever it was, or dropping off whatever it was at the storage units.
Andrew said
And
he
like I
never met.
said,
He
Ben
never
Hill.
Don. Andrew said he never met Don. Tell me how.
Um, I don't believe Andrew. I don't believe Andrew. I know that when they were at the storage unit, they had half of Ben Hill Road up there meeting up with them. So, I don't believe these people. And not only that, but when Don tried to lie about how he zoomed back into Tennessee, right? And because it was supposed to be Allie called him and told him about Candace laying around up there with this Jose guy. And that's why he got in a vehicle and came flying back. We found out by Mary that ain't why Don came back. Don came flying back because he went in and tried to overpower his own dad and tried to tell his dad how him and Grandis and Candace was going to come up there and take over everything that his dad had and owned and start living there. And his dad's like, no, you're not. And I heard that Don got even, physical. He was getting physical with his own dad. And, Mary's husband and some of the others had to step in and let Don know this ain't going to go down, while we're here and around us. You need to, pack it up and get the hell out of here. That's what your dad wants, and that's what you need to do. And that's why he went flying back into Tennessee. And when he got back into Tennessee, Jose was there because Don already knew about Jose and Allison and Jose having nowhere to go and him, helping out and being around the house, while Don was gone. And Don had no problems with that. No problems with that at all. Matter of fact, Jose was still there, still staying there after Don had come back. He was still there for a few weeks after Don returned home. Until Jose seen what was going on in that shower and said, Candace, you get her out or I'm going to. And that's what caused the 911 call. What caused the 911 call was what Jose didn't like seeing Don Wells doing in the shower with this little girl. And how, do we know this? Because we heard the 911 call. We heard how he was attacking Summer. He was going after Summer. And Summer's the one screaming, hollering for help. She's scared of her own dad. And they got rid of Jose because Candace decided she wanted to take a car, a bribe from old Donnie to, keep her mouth shut, drop all the charges, drop everything, don't have it looked into in order to save his ass. And she took it instead of protecting her daughter and going to court and telling the truth about what went on and what went down. Well, she didn't take her daughter's side. She took the bribe from Donnie. She took the new vehicle and continued to let Don Wells, have at this little girl in the showers. And how do we know that? Because we heard Jody Sue say, I pulled up and Summer is in her birthday suit, running to the door, hollering, dress me, get a towel, wanting, she called her a little brat. But Jody Sue says behind Summer, she could see a grown-ass man who she believed was Don Wells, right?
He said
Okay.
PG, he stated himself that he showered with all 4 children, and him, that's 5 in a shower.
No, Don Wells personally told me that the boys were like Candace. They didn't like to shower. That it was him and Summer. Now,
But
Don Wells would, if Don Wells would like to take a lie detector test,
I heard that.
I would be glad to match him. I would be glad to match him, lie detector for lie detector, because he told me that his boys were like Candace. They did not like to bath, and it was Summer he was bathing with. Yes, he did. He admitted that.
He also stated that he bathed he bathed with all 4 of his kids in the shower. That's 4 kids
And
and an adult.
he
He
also
stated that,
he
PG.
he stated he stated that to not make it look so bad with him just bathing with his daughter.
Well, that's
That was a cover up. That was a cover up. That was
you don't
gaslighting.
if you're a father, you don't bathe with a 6-year-old or a
You don't
5-year-old.
bath with your kids at all, mom or dad. You just don't bath with your kids. That's nasty. Bath your children,
No,
dry
you
your children, dress your children.
yeah, you teach them how to bathe. You don't do it for them.
That's what you do. You don't get in no tub with your kids. You freaking, bath your children and dry them up, get them dressed, in their, whether you're dressing them for the day or dressing them in their jammies, dress your kids and, and put them to bed or whatever. I mean, parents, you have time to get up before your kids do and take a shower and get yourself ready before your kids wake up. You have time to take a shower and put on your jammies after your children go to bed.
May I say this?
And that's what you need to be doing. That's what you need to be doing.
We all have the same 24 hours in a day. It's what you choose to do with it.
Absolutely. Well, I don't choose to bath with my kids. That's freaking disgusting. Yeah, and they were old enough to bath themselves. These kids were old enough to put into a shower, hand them a bar of soap and a washcloth, and they could wash and take care of themselves. That's right. Absolutely. I understand that, like when my kids were 5, 6, 7 years old, a lot of times, I had to wash their hair. They had problems, washing their hair. They get soap in their eyes or they don't wash it good enough. They don't get all the kids play. They throw sand, they get into everything. And sometimes they just don't wash their hair good enough. And especially little girls. If your little girl's got real long hair, then, you might have to help her wash it when she's 6, 7, even 8 or 9 years old. You might have to help her wash her hair.
Yes.
And rinse it so it stays nice and clean. But you should not be in there. You should not be in there, washing your child, body when they're old enough to wash their own bodies. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
And Candace was not. And Candace Wells was not a working mom. She was not a working mother. She would stay home. She's a stay-home mom. And what the hell was she staying home for? If you're a stay-home mom, you're supposed to be, when you're at home, you're supposed to, get up in the morning, like I said, get yourself showered up and ready to go. And then you get your kids up, you get them ready to go.
Yes.
And, and you get breakfast on the table so they can eat before they have to go to school, or if it's summertime, before, they get outside playing. And then, you're supposed to be cleaning the house, and you're supposed to be making up some sandwiches and soup for lunch and feeding the kids up again. You're supposed to be going to the grocery store. You're supposed to be out shopping if the kids need shoes or school clothes or summer clothes or anything.
Yes.
You're supposed to be taking care of stuff. You're supposed to be taking, your sons to Little League. You're supposed to be taking your daughter to dance classes. You're supposed to be taking your kids out to movies. You're supposed to be taking them out to arcades. You're supposed to be taking them out for pizza. You're supposed to be, out to a movie. You're supposed to be doing shit with your kids, right? You're supposed to be outside. You're supposed to be outside playing a game, getting up a game. If you got 4 kids, you could get up a game of baseball. You could get up a game of basketball. You could get up a game, of dodgeball. You could play with your kids.
You could dance with your kids.
Busy.
There's no reason. There's no, if I had children, I would have interacted with them all the time. And I did have children. They weren't mine, but they were mine in the classroom. And
I'm going
yes,
to tell you
I
something, Mia.
interacted with them all the time. I knew all of them very,
Right,
very well.
right. I'm going to tell you, like me and my daughter, for instance, me and my daughter, we love a lot of the same books, right? We love to read a lot of the same type of books and stuff.
I love to
Um,
read.
you know, she loves history, and so do I.
I do
She
too.
loves old, old books, the old books about, the 1800s, the early 1900s.
Yes.
So me and her we share a lot of
I
stuff,
didn't know that, PG.
what?
I didn't know that you enjoyed all those books.
Oh
That
yeah.
is,
I love to
oh
read.
man, that's great.
And me and my little girl,
I love to hear
um,
that. I love
you
it.
know, well, here's what we do. She'll read one book and I'll read a different one.
Right.
And then while we're cooking dinner and setting the tables and stuff like that, she'll be telling me all about the book.
She'll be reading to you or telling you about the whole book.
She'll be telling me all about the book she's reading, and I'll be telling her all about the one I'm reading. So we don't have to both read the same book. She fills me in on everything on one book, and I fill her in on everything on the other book.
Well,
And and
that's
here
wonderful.
and here's the kicker. Here's the kicker.
It's wonderful.
And I'm the one always getting the kick because I read the book and I keep her, updated and updated and updated, on what's going on.
Yeah.
So we'll be, I'll be telling her about the one, and then I'm waiting for her to tell me, what happened to, on so and so in the book,
Even though
maybe.
you've probably already read it.
No, I hadn't. Usually we get new books, and she'll do one and I do the other. And here's the thing: is my daughter,
That's cool. That's
I'll
very
say,
cool.
well, what happened? What happened to the little kid in the book? What happened to maybe the grandfather? What happened to a certain
Yeah.
character in the book? My
Yeah.
daughter would be like, I ain't got that far yet. I'm like, what? And she's like, well, I ain't read up that far yet. And I'm like, now I'm wanting to know, I'm like sitting there. I'm one of those people that, I want to know. I want to know, like I'm ready to get the book and start reading it myself because I
Join
need
the
to know.
crowd, PG.
Yeah. And she's like, don't worry, I'm going to read some of it, tonight. And then the next day, I'm updating her on everything, all the stuff from where we left off the day before. I'm updating her on all the stuff because if I ever start reading a book, I've got to finish it. I'm one of those people. I'm up 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning finishing it. And, and usually it takes me like 2-3 days. And I done went through the book. And I tell you, the hardest part of reading books is you're so sad when it ends. You're so sad when it ends.
Yes.
It's like you
Even
lost a friend.
even if it has a happy ending,
Yeah,
if it's
you're
a
still
really good
sad,
book, you're
right?
like, oh shoot, it's over.
Exactly. But I'm going to tell you, it won't ever be over. It won't ever be over with my daughter because, like it takes her like a month to get all the way through to town, and then get this kicker. I tell you another kicker about her. She'll finish reading it. She'll finish reading it. And I'm like, so
What,
how's
get
your book coming
online and
along?
tell you the synopsis?
I'd be like, how's your book coming along? About the kid. Oh, I done finished that one. What happened? Right? What happened? And finally I'm getting the rest of the story I've been waiting for. I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah, but she's always in the kitchen, ready to listen to everything, like if I get too busy and I haven't got back to the book in a day or two, she'd be like, what's keeping you busy?
Well, just look, darling.
You want to talk about it? She tells me, do I want to talk about it? I'm like, I'm going to tell you something. Usually it's her keeping me busy. I don't think you want to sit down and have this conversation, sweetie. I think we better
Why don't you get out and
continue to
help Prayer
focus on the
Garden
food, right?
help Prayer
Um,
Garden cook, baby.
My little girl, I'm going to tell you, my little girl's a pretty good cook. My little girl's man, she can whip up a potato salad.
I
Yeah.
imagine they're all very smart. I imagine that.
I'm going to tell you, she can whip up a mean potato salad. That's for sure. My little girl can, when she wants to, she
Yeah.
can do some stuff. Okay, hold on. Little PG's up here.
Oh, good.
Hey, girl, what's up?
Hey, little
How are
PG
you, Mama?
girl.
I'm good.
Hey, honey, it says Sherry. Hey, honey.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, girl?
I'm good, Mama. What I missed? Did you talk about Andrew some?
Yes.
I've just started it. Yeah, I'm starting it right here.
All right. Thank you, Mama.
All right, girl. What?
Yeah, we didn't say they were only out of school for when we decided we were going down there. Literally, school was only in session for maybe a week, if that, up here.
So, he's a liar. Jose went back actually Grandis took Jose over into Carolina in September, and probably I think it was about the third week of September. She took him back, and he had been up there as the end of July. Andrew and him came in the end of July, the first week of August, and Jose had been up there. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It was October when Jose took over into Carolina, wasn't it? It was October when Jose went over into Carolina. Yeah. You knocked yourself off, Sherry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel the steel-toed boots, so I know I knocked myself off.
Yeah, I didn't give you no steel-toed, sweetheart.
But
yeah, so he's lying. Yeah, exactly, April. It was October that he went over into Carolinas. That's right. And they got up there, I think it's the end of July, first part of August. Best serves my memory.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 weeks. About 2 weeks.
Because Jose worked long enough to get a paycheck. He says he was only there 2 weeks. No, he wasn't. He was there all of August, all of September, and part of October, right? And part of October. So that's mother freaking almost 2.5 months right there, baby. And he only got one paycheck. You only have to work 2 weeks to get a paycheck. And he only, he was just getting his first paycheck when they were booting him out of there. Too. And you get paid every 2 weeks. You have to work a job 2 weeks before you get your first paycheck.
Right.
And he was going on his second one when Grandis took him over into, when Grandis was hauling him over into
So most likely what happened after we left, he found a job, got hired real quick, worked the 2 weeks, and then left.
Jose had enough money in his pocket because he had habits. He had enough money in his pocket to be able to survive all of August up there. All of September up there, and he didn't even have to start working until October. He decided to get some type of job because he was running low on cash. So somebody gave him a payday. Jose had to got a payday to last him almost 2 months. And he
And
didn't leave. He wasn't going to leave. They made him leave
Well,
after the 911 call.
yeah.
They made him leave. They got him the hell out of there after the 911 call.
Yeah.
And
Well, what
okay,
I'm
and then
saying
he went. Then if he had a job in Cali, why did he have Grandis
I don't
hauling
know
over into
I don't know if he had-
Carolina?
But listen, I don't know if he had. I don't know what if he had a job in Cali. I just know that he wanted to go to Cali before he went to the cannery in Alaska. The Alaskan cannery job, I knew for a fact he had.
Did Jose ever hit you up after that? Did he ever hit you up the months?
We were talking. Jose and I were talking for a couple of weeks after he stayed down there, and then it was complete radio silence.
Oh, so you guys talked for a couple weeks while he was still at Candace's?
Yeah, well, he was still, but a couple weeks after he decided to stay down there, we were still talking, and I was checking up on him, making sure he was good and everything, and then complete radio silence.
And then
And I
when
am not showing that, Lady Q. That is not for me to show, and that is very disrespectful.
ain't that suspicious? Ain't that suspicious that he says Jose was keeping up with him and then for a few weeks and went radio silent. I think because Jose said after he left Candace and Don's home that he had thrown his phone in a water. He said he just sailed that phone out into the water. I think that he was threatened up. I think that, there was more people involved with what was going on. I think Jose knew what was going on in that hill. I think Jose had a lot of insight what was going down around there. I think that, he had been threatened up. I think that that's why, he threw everything because, he didn't know if he's being tracked with his phone or whatever. He had to sleep. And this, phones around these people who could have, put tracking in it or whatever. But, he certainly was scared of something. And he goes radio silent on Andrew as well as Don and Candace and all of them. That tells me that Andrew is somehow connected to everything going on up there in Tennessee as well. What do you say? What do you guys say? Put a one in the
I
chat
say
if you agree.
one for me, somebody.
Go ahead, girl. You said you was going to say something. Proceed.
And it's weird. Did they ever find out what killed Jose?
I heard. Now, I wasn't there, but I heard that it was, an overdose.
That's what I heard. Okay.
That's what I heard. He got a hold of some bad stuff.
Right.
And, that's usually if you want somebody took out, that's usually how you take them out. But I also heard that, he wasn't, he wasn't into mainstream and they was definitely they found marks of mainstream. So I don't know. It sounds
Your
to me like,
son-in-law's wanting to say hi to you, Mama.
hey, hello. How you doing, sweetie? I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too.
I'm doing better than I was.
Well, I'm keeping you in my prayers. We are keeping you in our prayers. God bless and much love to you. God bless and much love to you.
Sorry, I had to interrupt you. I had to let you talk to he said take care and he loves you.
Hey, we love him too.
Sorry for interrupting you, but I think someone
What did
OD'd Jose.
I think, yeah, I agree with you. I think somebody went up there and yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You know what? I find it funny that, this didn't happen until they found out where he was. And once they did that, and I'm going to tell you, that is the bad thing out here in this YouTube world. That is the really bad thing, because you've got these people. These are some ruthless, evil human beings out here trying to track people down, and and I mean, it's just pure evil. If somebody don't want to be found, then people should have respect for that, and not be all evil and trying.
They
It's
hate
sick.
me.
It's sick. You got to be
They
a
hate
special
me,
kind of
PG.
evil if you're trying to figure out who someone
They
is
hate
and
me.
track them down.
They hate me, PG. They hate me.
Who?
I shall not disclose the names. It's just a little gang of junior high girls.
Well,
Oh,
we
you
don't worry
talk,
about people.
are you talking about my chat?
Oh no, your chat is always kind to me. Always.
Yeah, I was going to say my chat.
No,
My chat seems to
no.
love you.
No, I know. They do love me and I love them. As I love you, and I've told you before.
Who's the
I
high
mean it.
school? Who's the high school girls that dislike you?
You'll have to watch and see. I'm not going to name names. That would not be very polite of me to do
It
that.
ain't Day and Jinx, is it?
No, it's not those two at all. No,
Okay.
it's somebody that's outside of that group into another big group, and they're like mean girls, and they enjoy it. They enjoy making fun of Jinkies. She's precious. Making fun of Daisy. She's precious to me, and and they make fun of me, and I'm precious to me. So anyway, anyway, this
Why you
all
leaving
occurred.
us?
This all occurred when APS came to see me on Monday, and they did not say PGs. No, I know better than that. But you know what? I know who did it by the process of elimination. Look, you're going to talk about one person, they're in that person's uh, chat and part of their program. I know that's not them. So I know it's not. So
No,
Daisy.
it'll be all right. We don't
Because
worry
I
about
know it's
people like
not
that.
Daisy because Daisy loves everyone. I know it's not Jinkies because she loves everyone. No, she's crazy as hell. I'm just telling you, by a process of elimination, I know who they were. And so I told the lady, and you know, why bring it up and not say, well, I'm telling you. That's all I know to do is tell you what happened. But you know what? APS is my friend. Truly.
Hey, Sherry, I wouldn't worry about none of that. These people,
Yeah,
are
but they went real life on me, and
they're evil, and that's what they do. That's what they do. You got
yeah,
a lot of,
but
in the YouTube world out
It's not
here,
Daisy or Jinkies. I promise you that.
in this YouTube world out
Or
here,
you. It's not you either.
oh, absolutely not.
You've
You
never been
know,
mean. You've never been mean to me. Never. Neither has your chat. They have always been very accepting of me, even though I'm a little bit cuckoo. They've always been very kind to me, PG, and I give them 100 salutes because they're so kind.
I'm going to tell you, these people, these haters out here, you got a lot of beautiful souls out here, a lot of kindred spirits out here, but you got a lot of evil out here too, a lot of haters out here, and I'm just don't give them what they want. Don't give them what they want.
I get
Um,
doxxed every day, Sherry, and I laugh at them.
I'm going to tell you. I tell you
I
what would bother.
already told
You
you
know
so.
what would.
Whatever they're
You
going
know.
to do, let them do it.
You know what would bother 'em more than anything, Sherry?
They're crazy as hell.
As when they sent when they sent that person to your home, you shouldn't have. You should have just like you should have just ghosted. You should have been like
No,
not
I
even
didn't. My
if,
caregiver. My
when
caregiver came in and rubbed me on the leg. She said, "You need to get up, Sherry."
no, that ain't what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm
Okay,
saying.
this is
I'm
how
saying
we.
I'm
This is
saying
how.
the people that did it, the people who did that made that call, they're loving the fact that you're talking about it,
I
that it's
know that.
bothering
I know
you,
that. But
and
see, I had this on my face when I saw her.
you got
I just
to
woke up. And I told her I just woke up. I'm standing against the column.
Dear
Can't stand any
Lord,
longer.
save us.
I signaled to Erica we need to go in the house and invite her in the house. So we did. And you know what? All this stuff just came out to be a bunch of nothing shit. You know
It's
what I mean?
right. And I wouldn't even have mentioned it. I wouldn't have ever even mentioned it.
Well, you know what? I have to mention it because
I wouldn't give them the satisfaction.
it
I wouldn't give them the
irritates me.
satisfaction, Sherry. I just wouldn't.
Well, you're not me, are you?
No, I'm not, sweetie.
They talk about
But
me every day too, and I love it. I tell them, kiss the backside and have fun.
Well,
right?
yeah, I believe in that too. You know, kiss my rear end. You know, kiss my foot. I don't care. You know,
Mama
I,
PG taught me well.
they thought this was going. They thought this was going to hurt me or anything. They don't know APS like I do. They've been here before.
You know, you got to be a pretty evil, sick human being. Here's what I got to say to the person who did that to you. Whoever did that to you
I know who
is
did
a very nosy one. They need to get their nose out of your backside and and start sniffing their own and taking care of their own business instead of trying to take care of someone else's.
Oh, yeah.
Also, what I'd like to say to them is, they're a special kind of fucking evil to pick on an old lady who is, bedridden and needs a caretaker, and comes out here
days a
just to
week.
get, just to be able to get some, time with real people, because there's no other way you can get it. And their evil asses are trying to stop that. I mean, they're trying to, when that lady asked you, was you bound to your home? You know what? No, but they're trying to make you bound. They're trying to make you bound because they're trying to keep you from.
No, PG. She said, "Was I barricaded in my home?"
Well, barricaded. Okay, bound, barricaded. It's the same thing. The point being is, they're trying to barricade you because they're trying to take your only outlet to other people that you can actually interact with out here. They want you to be isolated. They want you to sit there and be isolated and have nobody or nothing. These are some very evil, sick-minded human beings. I mean, I like to say they got a black heart, but they ain't got one at all. They have no heart.
I know that PG's little.
That's motherfucking disgusting. That's motherfucking disgusting.
It's pretty bad.
They wouldn't want someone doing that to them when their ass is old. They wouldn't want somebody doing that to their mother or their grandmother. They don't need to be doing it to you.
It was easy to figure out who it was because
Gerald, they need to just leave
everybody
you
else
alone.
They talked about everybody else except themselves.
They need to leave you alone, Sherry. That's that's it.
I know they do. APS doesn't bother me. I'm friends with APS.
Live and let live, man. Live and let live. You're a grown ass woman. You're a grown ass woman. You can take care of yourself.
I don't bother other people.
Right.
It's not my job to go around bothering people.
That's right. Yeah,
Mama,
I go where I am comfortable. I go where I think I might be needed. I go anywhere I want to, and and that the lady who came here.
Well, I'm glad the lady was nice. I'm glad she was nice to you and understanding. Is she coming back?
The funniest thing about it was her name is Brandy.
Is she coming back?
No, she said she'd close out this case August 1st. My caregiver was here, and they're like, well, why do you drive her truck all the time? Well, she goes and gets my prescription. She gets my medication. She takes me to the doctor. She's on my insurance. She and her mother. I don't know what their problem is. They don't know what they're talking about.
I'm going to tell you something.
What they are cuckoo. Cuckoo.
I'm going to tell you what, these people, God, they use children's services against people who have children. and they use this shit against old people. What the
Yeah,
fuck is
that's
wrong
what
with
they
people
deserve.
in today's world?
Well, they know me. They've been here before.
I'm going to tell you, whoever did this is a damn coward. They're a damn coward.
I know
Because
who
I'm
it
going to tell
was.
you
Not
why.
me.
That's what cowards do. Cowards go report you. They use other people. They use other people to do their dirty work, right? That's what
Yes.
fucking cowards do. I don't like
Yeah,
cowards.
that's why I
Listen,
appreciate you,
I know.
PG, because I know you put it straight, and that's the language I understand is straight.
hey girl, I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to get through this content for summer tonight. You know, I don't mean to sound rude or mean, but I
Okay,
really would
I'll go.
like to get through this.
I'll go, sweetheart. I love
Hey,
you.
you don't have to. You don't
I
have
know
to.
I don't have to, but I will.
All right, girlfriend.
I
You
love
take
you.
care. God bless.
Have a good night. Have a good night. Be safe.
Right. Man, that's just evil. That's motherfucking evil.
Very.
Somebody, use old people's child protective services to go and harass old folks. Damn. That's
Didn't
crazy.
they do that? Didn't Chillbilly did do that to Daisy?
When the hell did they come up with a place to harass old people? When the hell did old people need to be monitored like children? I'm going to tell you, the government's getting their freaking foot and paws and everything, ain't they? I'm going to tell you, mother freakers like that don't want to knock at my door. That is damn. When I get old, you better not knock at my door, right? You better not knock. You better not tap at my door. That's all I got to say. Don't come sticking your motherfucking nose where it don't belong, because you might lose it, right?
Owned in the Penske truck. And yes, I say U-Haul a lot because I'm used to seeing U-Haul all the time due to my line of work.
Mama Bear says you and Jeffy had a relationship.
Me and Jeffy always had a tight relationship. Nothing sexual, pervs. God. There was no sexual things going on between me and Jeffy. But we had one hell of a run making people believe it, though.
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did. If that was a rumor, they did. I bet they did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bet they were getting real close. Probably huggy, kissy, squeezy. Yeah. They was working to make believers out of people. Yeah, I bet they made believers out of themselves. That's what I be thinking. Yeah, that's my opinion, you guys. Yeah, something don't sound right about that shit.
I mean, at one point in time, Jeffy and I were tight, we're thick as thieves. I tell you what, we still are, but we don't hang out as much. But at one point in time, you could not find one without the other. And the rumor mill spins and wins.
Yes, I know that they took a car and a U-Haul down to
We took a van and a Penske truck.
And I know that before I heard, I believe it was Jose said they went down with a Penske truck and a car. No van, a car. I believe that's what came out of Jose's mouth. And I'm going to believe him, not Andrew. Andrew's wanting a van now to make it bigger. He's trying to want a van now like more people could fit in it, No, hell no. It was a fucking car. Trust me. That Jose went with them down there.
Yeah. Jose
did
was
not
supposed to
come
go.
back. What made Jose break up from the crowd? What exactly ran him off like that?
Because he had work lined up elsewhere.
He didn't have no work lined up in Tennessee. Where he had work lined up elsewhere. Bullshit. He didn't have a damn thing lined up. He was about to live up in Tennessee with Can for the rest of his life, right? With Dusty Can for the rest of his life. What the hell? he was staying.
No, he didn't. But I guess it was easier to go from Tennessee to California than it was from New York to California, because he was supposed to.
Can and Grandis was up there. Can and Grandis was up there making sandwich. They was up there making sandwich out of this dude, right? They was making a sandwich out of him. And I'm going to tell you, shoot, they couldn't make a sandwich before they got Allie out of there, because Allie, she was like all on top of the cheese, right? She was all on top of the cheese, and he was the cheese. And she's all on top of the freaking cheese. And Grandis and them had to get, they had to get that great big piece of meat out of the middle of the sandwich so they could have the cheese. That's why they rolled her off the hill. They rolled Allison off the hill because they was making a sandwich out of old boy. He was liking it. He was staying up there for it. He wasn't ever going to leave. He probably was, maybe, I don't know, but might be living out in a trailer with grandma, because she is the one that was hauling him around, right? And had she's doing it with pure happiness and smile on her face. Whoa. I don't know. Just the thoughts of being there before when he was in California, maybe just the thoughts of everything that went down on that hill, being sandwiched up between them women, that might have just took him out of the world. That might have been what took him out of the world. I don't know. Might have did it.
You're supposed to go do something in California and then go to Alaska for his cannery job.
Well, he didn't. That can't be true, because when Jose went to Tennessee, he had nothing lined up. He was living with the Wells for almost 2.5 months.
He was there for a month.
And then more than that.
No, he was there for a month.
He was there.
It happened in October, and he got there in September. He left right after that. He left that day, if not the day after that fight.
No, he got there before September, because the kids.
No, he did not.
The kids were not in school. Your kids were not in school
because we didn't send them to school.
What?
Yeah, we didn't send. They were only out of school for. When we decided we were going down there, literally school was only in session for maybe a week, if that, up here. Maybe.
Yeah. That's
2 weeks. About 2 weeks.
Because Jose worked long enough to get a paycheck or two. And you get paid every 2 weeks. You have to work a job 2 weeks before you get your first paycheck.
Right.
And he was going on his second one when Grandis took him over into, when Grandis was hauling him over into
So most likely what happened after we left, he found a job. Got hired real quick, worked the 2 weeks, and then left.
Right. Exactly. He's moving over to Montana because, no jobs in New York. This other freaker hasn't ever been working like 4 freaking years. 4 freaking years. He'd be turning on the camera. 8 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and noon, 2 or 3 o'clock in the day. He'd be turning it on in the evenings. He'd be turning it on all the time. He'd be turning on all the time for 4 straight years we've been out here. And this mother freaker always the same background. His creepy, dirty looking little house, right? The same freaking ugly him with the same nasty background every single time. He ain't gonna be going no work. He ain't be going nowhere. I think the farthest from that house I've seen him is sitting out on the damn steps, right outside on the steps of it. I think that's as far as I think I've ever saw this dude from the house. He's always there. He's like always there. Taking a toll. He's taking a toll on that freaking cat. Every time, how much He's grabbing onto that cat like all the time. I'm surprised that this cat actually has any hair left on it from the way he's snatching it all the time, right? That is just freaking weird. It's weird. And he didn't leave. He wasn't going to leave. They made him leave
Well,
after the 911 call.
yeah.
They made him leave. They got him the hell out of there after the 911 call.
Yeah.
And okay, and then he went. Then if he had a job in Cali, why did he have Grandis
I don't
hauling
know
over into
know if he had-
Carolina?
But listen, I don't know if he had. I don't know if he had a job in Cali. I just know that he wanted to go to Cali before he went to the cannery in Alaska. The Alaskan cannery job, I knew for a fact he had.
Did Jose ever hit you up after that? Did he ever hit you up the months?
We were talking. Jose and I were talking for a couple of weeks after he stayed down there, and then it was complete radio silence.
Oh, so you guys talked for a couple of weeks while he was still at Candace's?
Yeah, well, he was still, but a couple weeks after he decided to stay down there, we were still talking, and I was checking up on him, making sure he was good and everything, and then complete radio silence.
And
And
then
I
when
am not showing that, Lady Q. That is not for me to show, and that is very disrespectful towards the family, and that's why I won't show nothing.
what
About
did they want you to show?
Jose's death certificate.
I actually called the funeral home where Jose was taken to, and Jose Roman is passed away. It was him. Family identified him, and he was deceased.
And he's currently sitting in a nice little jar on a mantle for his grandson to see every day. At least some of him, anyway. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because I was requested by the family not to speak of anything more. Because I know the family. At least his grandson's side. At least his grandson's mother's side, anyway.
What do you think happened to Jose?
I couldn't tell you. Heads or tails, I couldn't tell you. It don't smell right to me, because I only known that man to drink and smoke pot. So it didn't smell right. It didn't smell right to me from the word jump. I mean, I get it. People change. I get it. I understand that. But to make such a big leap from smoking pot to sticking needles in your arm, that's a bit much.
Yeah, that is a bit much.
But I can only assume things. I got nothing other than that. I can't. That's all I got is assuming. I don't know left, right, or center.
So his family. So obviously, his family shared with you that it was intravenous that took him out.
No, actually, they just said they wouldn't give me any details other than they dealt with it. They dealt with his remains, and that's it. They want to go any further.
Oh, okay.
And I wouldn't push because that's not my place.
Okay.
Actually, Blue Bella, they can, as long as they have parents' permission.
Well, if you got his certificate, then it says on there,
I
cause.
don't personally have it. I just know how to. If I want to request it, I can. I'm just not going to. I know I still talk to his grandson's mother, and she has it, and I just leave it alone because.
Did you find it kind of weird that after he came out about Summer, he ended up on a live like that? Did you hear him lie? First he says he has Jose's certificate, and then he's like, well, I could get it if I wanted it, but dude, just stop. Just stop.
It's a bit weird, yeah. But like I said, who am I to who am I to, assume? Who am I to assume other than what's been said?
Right.
Like, I mean, I can't. Like I said, I don't know.
Right. And you don't have Don Wells on your Facebook or Candace?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Never had him on there.
Like, did you friend request Fred or he friend request you?
He sent me a message, and I just hit the add button. And he's been on there since. Because at the time, I was still talking with Mama Bear, and I was out for an adventure, miscalculated how many cigarettes I needed that morning, and I posted, hey, can somebody help a brother out and send me 20 for smokes? And Fred sent me 20 for smokes, and since then, we've just been chit-chatting about small shit.
Right. Right.
Listen, I am the product of my environment and the lifestyle I chose. My normal is different than a lot of people's normal. So normal ain't not.
I'm going to tell you something. This dude is like abnormal all the way, right? Abnormal all the way.
But a setting on a video game and a dryer, honey. Nothing in this world is normal.
That's true. What some people call normal, other people might not. And what other people call normal, other people might not. I don't, I mean, there is a standard of normal. Like, it's not normal for, people to use and abuse and destroy a 5-year-old little girl. That's not normal. That's abnormal. It's not, for people to use illegal substances, spend a lot of money to make someone else rich. That's abnormal. When they should be taking care of themselves, and they should be staying away from those substances and buying their self nice clothes, their self nice cars, their self nice things.
Not all people
Instead of giving the money to somebody else, who's going to have everything while they have nothing. That's abnormal.
Well, but the sad thing about it is that is a lot of people's normal.
Well, that's a lot of people's normal. No, it's not normal. It's not normal. It's mother freaking abnormal. These people are addicted to something that, they feel they have to have, and they need help. These people need help. That's what they need. They might not understand it. They might not see it. They might not know it, but they need help.
I mean,
but it's not normal. But it's not normal. Normal is being in your right mind, and able to handle life as it comes, and deal with life, without using vices to do so.
Well,
that's normal.
Ain't got the strength in their minds to do it.
A lot of people. He talking about himself. He ain't got the strength in his mind to freaking do what's righteous in the sight of God Almighty. What's righteous for himself. It's not just for God, but it's for yourself when you're doing righteousness. And he just, ain't in his right mind to get it done, right? I probably ain't going to ever be either, if you ask me. That's my opinion. People don't. A lot of people don't. I
ain't going front. I used to do that nose candy all the time, and it wasn't because I was dependent on it. It's because I just wanted to.
Bullshit. That's bullshit. You depended on it. When you take your last dollars to go get something, you depended on it, buddy. You know, and he just goes, "Oh, because I want to." No, you're dependent. That's exactly what the hell it is. What you're in is what they call denial, right? He's in denial.
I mean, shit, I threw out $900. I flushed $900 worth of product down the toilet one morning just because.
Bullshit. That dude ain't. I'm gonna tell you what. One thing I know about this dude, right? Let me tell you, I know about these people that look like they crawled out from under rocks. I know a whole lot about these people. And I'm going to tell you about these people that look like they crawled out from underneath rocks, like him. They ain't flushing no $900 nowhere. I tell you what, they're going to go out there, they're going to try to hike up the price, make some extra to be able to get themselves, you know, the 2-liter to suck on all day, right? Like he does. I mean, regular glass of pop or can of pop ain't enough, you know, because that don't remind him of what he really wants, you know, hitting his lips. But, you know, he's going to hike it up. He's going to try to, you know, get more from it so he can, you know, have that much plus that big 2-liter to suck on, right? And a few cigarettes.
I said I was done. I could have
You
flushed
know,
that.
the thing is we as humans, you know, it all starts because you want to do something.
Oh, I
And
just did it just to do something.
and we think, and as humans we think that, you know, we have control. But then we figure out, you know, that want, what we wanted to do sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes that want ends up overtaking us instead of us. You know, we think, oh, you know, we can go out and party and we can do these things. And before you know it, that partying's taking you over. You know, it's running you instead of you running it. And that's the same way with, you know, with alcohol and illegal substances and so on and so forth.
I could say that's that was one of the main reasons why I stopped doing nose candy, is because I felt it.
Man, I tell you, when I see and hear this guy talk, like Freud's theories come to my mind, right? Just saying.
Was taking control of me and I didn't have control of it. That was one reason why I stopped doing it. Drinking on the other hand, yeah, that took me forever and a year to get rid of. But at least I did it. But damage is probably.
And most of the time when people use these vices like alcohol or illegal substances and stuff, these people are trying to escape from something. You know, they're trying to get a break and a rest from something they don't like. There's something ain't right in their life, and that allows them to kind of get that break to be able to go back into life and handle the shit that's being thrown at them and what they're dealing with. They're dealing with something, you know, that they're trying to get away from, and those devices allow them to escape for a little while. It's kind of like watching a movie or, you know, reading a book where you go into somebody else's world and out of yours for a little while.
Or just no sleep for days. That always worked for me. I didn't like it when I slept.
Sometimes, you know, people don't like to sleep because they feel that, you know, they want to live. They want to get every second they can out of life, and you know, it's hard for them to rest.
No. I've suffered from very bad nightmares ever since.
Insomnia?
No, nightmares since I was little. Ever since I was little, I've always had severe bad night terrors and nightmares, and I just said, "Fuck you, I'm done sleeping."
And do you care to elaborate on one of those nightmares? Is it the same nightmare all the time, or is it different nightmare?
Dead bodies, mass murder, the fun stuff.
What do you think? What do you think causes that?
No clue. I've had nightmares as far back as I can remember.
I mean, do you think it's from watching scary movies?
No, I
Do
don't.
you do you feel that that is? I mean,
No, it's because I did something when I was younger I shouldn't have.
what did you do?
Played with guns with my sperm donor because he took me out hunting when I was 6. And I couldn't handle the loudness of the gun, and it threw me into night terrors. And then when you become 14 and hanging out with friends, they say, "Ooh, let's play with this Ouija board." That don't help either.
So when you were like 6 years old, they took you out.
My sperm donor, my sperm donor took me out. Took me out with the uncles and wanted to teach me how to use a gun. It's
Right.
hunting, nothing wrong with it. But I wasn't. I don't think my brain was too willing to accept or too willing to understand that.
You wasn't mature enough. You wasn't mature enough
wasn't
at the
ready.
time to really handle
Yeah,
that kind of
and I'm not good with, and I've never been good with loud noises at
Right.
all. It hurts my head like severely.
right.
And that didn't help any. So it threw me into a night terrors and nightmares for the longest of times.
Wow.
And then, being 14, hanging out with a bunch of homies, and they pull out a Ouija board, that's always fun. That don't help.
Right.
But, when you're 14 and it says from the age of 6 up, it's like, okay, we're going to have fun. I mean, you do dumb shit when you're younger.
Right. And that's sad. Like it was just basically the loud noise. I mean, like when you went out hunting, you weren't devastated by
No, I just think it was the loudness of the gun itself that just threw my brain off tilt. It happens. I mean, my kids have sensitive hearing. I mean, Craig, my 12-year-old is half deaf. So
when you were young, did you live in the city or the country?
we were living in town. When I was that young, we were still living in town. We didn't move out. We didn't move out to a trailer park until 2000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I would think that living in inner city or in a town like that, because usually if you have real sensitive hearing, it's caused by living in a lot of quietness, somewhere where it's really super quiet all the time.
Nah, I think it's genetics. Because a lot of my other a few of my other siblings have the same issues. So I think it's just
Hereditary.
yeah. Because like I said, all my kids have sensitive hearing, and my 12-year-old wound up with the shitty end of the stick and being half deaf.
Right.
So
Right.
that all.
So like you can't be in a car with the boombox on
Oh no, that don't bother me.
pounding. That don't bother you.
That don't bother me. I mean, I can sit here and crank the music all the way up till all the way maxed out, and it won't bother me. But things like sirens and gunshots, yeah, they hurt my head. I mean, when I go watch fireworks, if I'm not the one setting them off, and I'm going to go watch them, I have to have at least one ear plug in.
Right.
I mean, it sucks, but it's life.
And you think, but why would that noise when you were a child, why would that noise bring on nightmares as in,
I don't know.
people being massacred and stuff like that? Why would it bring on that?
I don't know. I don't.
I mean, did you associate the firearm um with that unliving?
No. Well, also back then the news was unfiltered, so you hear about that crap all the time. So I just learned not to watch crazy shit before I go to bed.
Oh, so you did watch a lot of scary shows.
Only when I got a bit older. Not like anything too explicit, but only when I got a bit older. I mean, I could sit here and watch all the Puppet Masters and the shit and things like that came out when I was growing up, and not have a problem in the world. And like I said, okay, I was illegally downloading movies at the time, and I was looking for a set movie, and I wound up with that. There's nothing I could do about that. God, I used to pirate movies to make some extra cash in school. It was a good side hustle. Shit, I was selling pot out of my at school too. Good side hustle.
You'd be surprised at what kids will do at school. That's true.
I mean, but at the time, but you also got to remember, at the time, the internet isn't what it is today. We're talking about 90s, early 2000s. We're talking about 90s, early 2000s.
So you were bootlegging.
Oh, fuck yeah. I was bootlegging CDs, DVDs. I was making mixtapes. I mean, shit. I had songs that weren't even released yet going out to the peeps. Like,
Right?
and then newer stuff came. And it's like,
Do you think that's where Hunter gets a lot of his, wanting to be a thug background? Is
no,
from you, or
I never exposed Hunter to anything I was doing. I even at the times that I had my visits with him, I never exposed him to anything I was doing.
why do you think that why do you think he wants to be a thug so much?
I think he's a product of his environment. I think it's just because he got somebody around him was doing it, and he said, "Ooh, that looks fun." I mean, but I never exposed my boy to anything I was doing. My 17-year-old and 16-year-old Irish twins, I was there for them every time they needed me or anything. Not even when they didn't need me, I never once had them around. I was never once around them drunk, high, nothing.
Did Allison introduce Hunter to do you think she introduced him to any type of, like any type of situations where you think that she took him around places where there was the thug type people,
I'm not sure. I know when she listen,
things.
I know when she was up this way.
Right.
I don't even live in that town anymore either. I know when she was up this way, she barely had anybody around.
Oh, so she was pretty private.
Yeah. She didn't have barely anybody around her up here. When she disappeared and went to Tennessee, I don't know what happened in that 5 years.
Well, it seemed like
I was cut off at the knees. She was there the one weekend. I picked them up, took them out for my visitation time, brought them home, and then when I went back the next weekend to do the same thing again, gone. No note, no nothing. I was deleted off Facebook, whole freaking night.
Wow. Let me give you a scenario. Tennessee. Actually, it's really not a scenario. It's the truth.
Tennessee.
What do you think? To my understandings, according to True, Candace came running to Allison's and their home with Summer at the age of 3 years old. Summer had gotten into some illegal substances and seemed to be, hanging
that-
in the balance,
that whole
hanging
thing. I've heard that same
hanging
thing.
between, you know,
I don't know. I
life
don't know
and,
if it's true.
life and unliving.
Like I said, I don't know if that's fact or
Nobody got her any help. Now, what do you think? What do you think they would have? What do you say that? You know, thank God, at that particular time, Summer had another 2 years. Thank God that she pulled through it. But for instance, had she not pulled through it, what do you think the people in that house would have done?
I don't know. But I don't think I like I said with that story, I'm not sure if it's true because I mean I don't know if True to lie to me because she would call because at one point she was calling me up chit chatting to me like she was one of my kids, and then she obviously got older, moved on with life, and that happens. It is what it is. But
Right.
like I said, as it comes on to that story, I don't know. I don't know any. All I know is just that story, and whether or not it's true, I can't tell you.
Okay, per se, it was truth.
I don't know.
What do you
In
think?
all honesty,
What do you
somebody
think they
call
would
the
have
police.
done?
I think, in all honesty, one of them would have called the police. In all honesty, one of them would have snuck out and called the police. And I have not known True to lie about certain about
But
deep stuff like that.
if they would have, okay, say she didn't pull through, and they snuck out to call the police. They're all going to prison because they didn't get help beforehand for the child.
I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't know. I mean, that could be one. That could be one way, or it could be just the parents got in trouble because they took them somewhere else instead of taking them. Instead, they took her somewhere else instead of taking her to the hospital. I mean, I don't know. That could go either way.
Basically, he was saying that if she would have passed away, they could have said they had no idea what was going on. She showed up with the child, and was hanging out, and they, we didn't even know, she just showed up here with this kid, and we had no idea until the kid was, gone that, that it needed help. We had no idea. See, they planned on lying. That's what he's saying. They planned on lying if law enforcement got involved, right? But personally, to be honest with you, I don't think that they were going to call no law enforcement at all. He says, oh, one of them would have snuck out and called. Why didn't somebody sneak out and call law enforcement when this baby was needing some help? I mean, if these are the kind of people that sneak out and call law enforcement, why wait till the baby is, is deceased to do that? Why wait? Why not do it right there, right now, when this child is needing help and they know it? And they know it. Why? Why not? I don't know.
I've never been to Knoxville. Too crowded.
And then why did Andrew say it was true in his live stream?
Because like I said, I have not known True to lie to me, but I still don't know. But just because I say it, I believe
I don't
it
think
happened. Don't mean it did.
I don't think True was lying. And True
I don't understand what they're trying
True
to do.
seems to be pretty blunt with her words.
Yeah, she's always listen. She's always been straight up. She's not Willy Wonka. She don't sugarcoat anything. So, but yet again, this is after going a length.
Why do you? Somebody said, why do you think they would have to sneak out and call Ali? Because Candace would pick the baby up and leave.
Either that or somebody. Either that you add that and freak out. Fun shit. Nobody. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't believe it happened. I mean, I ain't known her to lie. I ain't known her to lie to me, but don't mean she won't. Plenty of kids lie to people they look up to as parents as parents.
Andy Bernard,
Yup.
you never hung out. You was meeting up with Don Wells at the Booger King, just recently. Actually, you and Don Wells was meeting up at the Booger King a few times over the last 2 or 3 months. You guys have been meeting up. Matter of fact, I say probably about at least the last 3-4 months that I know of, that I know about. You've been meeting up with Don Wells. Yes, you did.
Is there any,
Even Marlena's seen you there, and you agreed that you and Don was meeting up there. You said you were. You said that when Marlena was on my panel. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember Andy confirming that he was meeting up with Don Wells at the Booger King, where Marlena and her brother and them was meeting up there too. Put a 1 in the chat, because yeah, they all was meeting up at the damn Booger King. Oh, word is that I guess Marlena, I don't know. I wasn't there. But word is Marlena spreading around to people that she's getting that reward that's out there for summer. She said she's going to be collecting it. That's what she's telling folks. And I don't know. That's allegedly this is what she's saying.
I'd say there's fruit jelly.
What?
If somebody's paper on there, then yeah, hey, it's back. But I mean, other than that, please get somebody else.
I didn't talk to Don. Oh, you just seen Donald there? You just saw him at the Burger King? You didn't talk to him? Is that what you're saying, Andy? You just seen him? That you seen him, but you didn't talk to him?
I do that every time I see people.
Yeah, Andy was at the Burger King. And Don Wells was at the Burger King, too.
One of those winky.
Right? They was all hanging out at the Burger King.
Burger King.
You was at the Burger King, Andy. Yeah, you were. You was there. Hold the pickle, hold the lettuce. Special orders don't upset us. Yeah, you was. You were having it your way. What you be talking about? What you be talking about? Yeah, he's getting double whoppers in the bathroom. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I heard he was getting double whoppers in the bathroom with Donald and Marlene's brother. I don't know. I don't know how true it is. I heard it.
I don't know what happened. I think I lost service for a quick second. It's raining.
Yeah.
It's storming up. It was storming up here, so something knocked out somewhere. But I don't know.
So, you think they would have contacted law enforcement even if they were going to end up in trouble?
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. I'm not sure.
But like I said, that happened during the time I didn't know where they were. I mean, not for the lack of not trying to find them.
I have Andrew. I got Andrew on panel. Andy won't come on panel. Andy Bernard won't come up on panel.
No,
He hides in the chat.
nothing wrong with that.
He don't want to answer the hard questions. So I got Andrew up here. Andrew decided to come hang out with us tonight. I was going to go through some content and talk about a few things, because there is some indiscrepancies in
Rumors.
Summers, in Summers' case where
Gigi, whatever your name is, Gigi. I said that because I turned off Safe Search on my Google on my old phone, and I looked at and I typed in what type of children would get traffic, and I looked at the images. I didn't read any of the information, so I went off the images that I saw. I did not go off the information that it was giving me. I didn't read anything. I just clicked it and then went to images and just based that statement off the assumptions of the pictures I saw. That's my fault. I will admit that. I didn't do any homework. I just did a quick 2-second turn off Safe Search and look it up.
right.
My bad.
Right.
So I took it as the pictures I was seeing were those, not taking it as they were the children that were saved, but as the children that were taken. Well, when they were first taken. So that's my fault.
Right.
Listen, I don't know why anybody thinks I have anything to do about any of this. I'm only doing what my son asked, which is to tell everybody just to leave him alone. And he doesn't want to talk to McDonough because somebody dropped the name Michael Crow in his ear and Hunter did his homework.
He don't want to talk to Chris because Chris is an ex-cop and they have all to hide, right? No truth to tell, and that's pretty much it. And that was the young boy who had the sister found. That three, right? There was a young boy, his sister, a homeless man went in and done that to his sister, to my understandings. Matter of fact, the homeless man's clothing had that child's DNA all over him, and they had got these 3 boys, the brother and 2 of his friends, in there, and pretty much almost railroad these boys into prison for doing something that a homeless person came in and done. And the clothes proved, his clothes and shoes proved that he was the one that came in off the street and done such a horrible thing, because they're the ones packing all the evidence. These boys had nothing on them that showed that they had done anything to their sister at all. And they almost, because sometimes law enforcement, want, they're sometimes they just want to, get the publicity of the case being solved instead of really solving the case. And a lot of times innocent people end up in prison because they're not really looking for the real person. They're just looking to get the pat on the back solving the case, right? The
biggest issue I have is that they interrogated the then 14-year-old without any lawyer and without any parents, and the parents were under the impression that the child was with CPS or DHS, wherever the hell you're from, with Child Protective Care at the time, when McDonough and his partner were interrogating that boy without permission. That is,
yes, they did.
Issue.
And and that's another thing you know, another worry upon parents now in this world, in today's world, is, you know, you have to teach your children, you know, if someone comes up, any adult comes to question them about anything, that they are to keep silent and ask, I want my mom called, you know, I want my mom called. And, you know, you need to notify my mother that, you know, that you want to talk to me.
Yep.
And I want my phone call. You're
And
entitled to that.
from my understanding, Mr. McDonough and his partner cost the city $17 million.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Now see, anytime you and now see, this is another thing. Oh, listen, I'm not lying, Roxanne. It's all out there. There's even a movie called The Interview, the story of Michael Crow, and
You know, I actually liked, well, Chris said he didn't really have a lot to do with that particular case.
he's
You
the one who
know,
questioned the boy.
I don't know how much he had to do with it or didn't do with it. I like Chris. And I think Chris is really good at what he does. I do like him. And you know, and I think he did a lot for Summer's case. I think he, you know, did a lot for, you know, Michael Vaughn's case. I think he did a lot for the Idaho 4. You know, he seems to be a real good guy. He seems to be a good Christian man.
Listen, I can understand
you
he's
know,
done a lot of good, but it's that one bad thing that outweighs all the good you've done.
no, you know, not really. Not really. You know, everybody messes up. Everybody,
What about the
no human's
guy?
perfect.
But hang on, I understand what you're saying. I do. But what about the guy that he sat there and ruined the life of and got kicked off of Twitter, now X, due to his mistakes?
What
Because
guy?
he was interrogating a guy that looked like Brandon Landry at the time, and then pretty little girl, I see you.
Who? Chris got someone kicked off of?
No, Chris got kicked off of X, got kicked off of Twitter, now X, because of his antics towards a lookalike that wasn't. And the dude never got an apology from him either.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that. I didn't even hear about that.
I haven't, yes, because I haven't brought it to light yet.
Wow.
Ever since I turned around and started bringing the Michael Crow case to light, because every time somebody mentions it to him in his chat, they get kicked. And since I started bringing that out, people have been hitting me up left, right, and center, whether it be in my
You
chat,
know,
talking about.
I kind of think the Michael Crow thing goes with the old saying: you could do a million righteous things in this world, but when you just one mess up, and that's what everybody looks at. You know, no one wants to give you credit for the million things you did right, but by God, they sure want to incriminate you for the one thing you did wrong. And you know, I think that's probably, you know, where that's going. I mean, I think we've all made identity mess ups. I mean, I think every one of us have, you know, actually thought someone was someone else at some point in our lives. You know, we've all made that mistaken identity thing with people.
Right, but I mean, at least you can do is apologize when you're wrong.
Well, yeah, you know, that's true. That's true. You know, you should, you know, if you're big enough to make a mistake, you should be big enough to apologize when you do.
Right.
That's absolutely right. I agree. You know, I'm all for that. You know, if you're making a mistake.
People are allowed to their opinions, but without proof of fact or of lies or truth, you have to.
Well, you know, in Summer's case, there's a lot of truth and a lot of facts. The truth is, you know, that little girl looks online on the milk jugs. Truth is, you know, even Allison was, Allison was saying she believed that Summer might have not have been alive on the milk
I
jugs.
take Allison's word with a grain of salt every time she speaks. Okay? That's how I look at it. I don't take nothing she says to heart because I know her too well not to.
And you know something, he doesn't take anything Allison says to heart because Allison didn't want him. She didn't want to keep something up for the rest of her life, like him laying around the house, can't go no farther than the front steps, right? She wasn't all up for that. Allison wanted something in life, and she was working towards having something in life. And this loser was just sitting around doing nothing, right? Just sitting around doing nothing as he is right now over there. Playing us. He's probably not playing my voice when I'm saying. He probably isn't playing PG's voice. He's probably got a little thing in his ear so he can hear everything I say, but he don't let his people hear anything I say, right? Because he doesn't want his people hearing the damn truth about him and his life, and how his son is an apple that didn't fall far from the damn tree, right? He don't want people hearing the real truth. Like when the camera shut off and his boy's going into the water, right? How Allison, all of her cameras came up missing on June 15, 2021, when Summer was all wet, needing a place to go inside of and get dressed up, makeup put on her face, and prop back up in those milk jugs, right? Yeah, he doesn't want you to hear the truth. And he's been teaming up with Andy Bernard, right? He's teaming up with Andy Bernard right now, who brought out the cemetery where it's very, possible Summer is. And we heard Candace talking about a black tote, right? A black tote supposed to be, what? Nobody saw no black tote. So now we might know what she's in, right? What they put her in before they put her down in there, which is a good thing. That's a beautiful thing. That's a very, good to know thing. Because if law enforcement pulls that out, there's definitely going to be enough to figure out what happened, and somebody's going to prison, right? It sounds to me like right now, all of these people are pulling together. And, and he's even come out saying, Don and Candace has told me this and this and that and one thing and another. Oh, that ain't Summer's channel. Yes, it is. Always has been, always will be, right? But I'm telling you, this loser right here, this loser sitting over there right now, not wanting his people to hear the truth, and that's why he keeps an earbud in his ear so only he can hear it, and then he reads the chat. So listen, chat, we're popular tonight. We got a few people I hear talking about us. So you know what? Please, give them something to talk about, right? Because Andrew right now is reading everything. So if you have any questions for Andrew, or you like to say anything to Andrew, go right ahead. Be my guest, because we're going to finish this out. Yeah, Andrew. Everything you said is going to be out here, right? The stuff you thought wasn't, you was running your mouth that night talking because you had a little plan. I knew your little plan too. But I wanted to show everybody, who you really are, because you're just like your boy, right? I want everybody to see how Summer didn't see it coming. We did. She didn't see it coming. But in the end, just like what you did, Andrew, that little girl, in my opinion, she got it, right? She got it. You're such a loser. I've often thought to myself, what would I do if some neighbor lady, somebody that I allowed one of my children to get close to, was to, take them out and have them do something they weren't supposed to do. And how would I react, if my child was 14, 15 years old, and this person, this person used them to do something, not good.
PG,
What would I do? And I think, you really love your kids, you're probably going to protect them. You know,
Good
you're going
point.
to protect your child
To a
because
point.
you're going to ask yourself, why should my child get in trouble for something that this evil person, an adult
Right.
had them do?
But
Why would I allow that to happen?
look, I
Why should my child pay the price? When this evil person probably ain't going to get as much as my child.
Pause. Excuse me. You called legal parental kidnapping proper parenting, Roxanne? Because it isn't, and it's also illegal as fuck. Because you can't, like somebody stated earlier in Miss PG's live, you can't leave state without written permission from the court, and she's gay. I could have
Oh,
put that woman in prison.
Andy V said once or twice I've spoke to him, but
Yeah,
when I
that's
went to
right.
Ben Hill and
That's what I
his
said, once in a
dogs
blue.
were after me, I've not. Also,
Once
Don,
in a
so
blue.
Donald's sicking his dogs on folks, huh? Don Wells is sicking those dogs upon people now? And those dogs that don't exist, right? Those dogs that don't exist. He don't have no dogs, right? Ain't that the laughing joke he made
Yep.
when Summer went disappearing? I don't have no dogs. Or my
Not at
dogs got watches. They know exactly, they're watchdogs. They know exactly what time to leave and come back home. He was getting a big kick out of it. A big kick out of it. I'm
Roxanne,
gonna tell you, Candace and Don Wells act like their daughter isn't missing at all.
whoa.
They act like two people that know exactly what happened to their child, and whatever happened doesn't bother them in the least. And they act like it's just another day. It's just another day. They act like this little girl didn't ever exist. Yeah, if we didn't see her pictures, and we didn't hear law enforcement talk about her, and we didn't see her on the news and everything, I would wonder if she even existed. The way that these people, Don, Candace, and Grandis, act when it comes to Summer. They act like, they just act like she didn't ever exist to begin with. And that's just fucking weird. That's weird. That's my opinion.
I get that. But my thing about it is right now is,
Do
okay,
you think that Summer may be over there in that cemetery? Do you believe that she might be
listen, I've been
underneath
looking
that
at
tombstone?
listen, before I've been looking at that cemetery for a hot minute. Because, you watch a lot of shit on true crime TV and shit like that.
Right?
And it's not been unheard of for somebody to use a fresh grave to put a body in. I mean, it doesn't happen all the time, but it's not unheard of.
Right? And you actually suspected that early on?
And I said something about it 2 years ago. I was like, that cemetery is suspect because what makes you think there wasn't a fresh grave already dug for the next day and somebody didn't go over there, dig 4 feet underneath it, put her body there, cover it back up, poof, put the original body that's supposed to go in it. Nobody knows, nobody cares.
And you mentioned that a couple years back, like
Yep.
2-3
I think
years.
I have that live actually privated at this moment.
Does anybody remember Andrew talking about the cemetery and possibly Summer being
I
in it?
think I said something about it on what.
Put a one in the chat if you remember it.
I think it was the same day I said something about one of the man-made ponds on Mama Bear's. Yeah, see, Mama Bear will even agree. Because like I said, it was your live, not mine. Well, I got that wrong. My bad. It was Mama Bear's live, not mine.
Oh,
I remember going over
okay.
it.
So you mentioned that particular cemetery as well.
Yes, because to me, I look outside the box, like for ravines, like hidden caves, shit like that. I look outside the box. Everybody's looked everywhere. Why not look outside stand back, look at the aerial map, and be like, huh? Why haven't we checked this?
Right.
I mean, that's just me, but I understand they covered a large, good portion in their searches. So, and when it came up that they didn't search the cemetery or ask for any dates on who was getting buried around the time she went missing, it was kind of like, yo, why the hell not? Why didn't they check that?
Right. Exactly. Okay.
I
Okay.
mean, and
Now-
just like there is a man-made pond down the road from where Hunter used to live, like, did they check that? That looks man-made. It doesn't look like it's naturally there. That was man-made.
And where was that at?
That was one of Mama Bear's videos. She'll have to give you that information on which one.
It was a man-made pond.
It was when we were going over maps, and there's a man-made pond down around the road by the creek that's going through Kingsport. Just a couple blocks down from where Hunter used to live.
Oh, okay.
Because like I said, I'm looking outside the box. You guys are looking at natural. You guys are looking at the woods, looking at the river, looking at this. Okay, well, look, there's a man-made pond right there. What about that? Like, there's a cemetery right there. Who was getting buried that day?
I'm Timothy Morrison. He wasn't getting buried that day. Timothy Morrison wasn't getting buried that day.
Well,
He was getting buried on the 18th, but he died on the 11th. He was getting buried on the 18th, but according to Andy, that grave was already open with a blue tin over top of it.
well, like I said, it ain't difficult for somebody to go dig an extra floor, put a body, bury it back up, and go about their day. Like I said, like everybody, I know everybody thinks I'm nasty, I'm disgusting, da 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 da. Okay, well, that nasty, disgusting brain looks at shit differently than most people do. Just saying. Because that cemetery is literally just across the road from the Wells property. Honestly, no. I don't think Rocky Top, I honestly don't think she is. And I've been saying that for a hot minute. Every time I say when people ask me that and I say my opinion on it, people hate me for it. But I'm just saying the answer is no.
Do put a one in the chat if you guys remember Laura. If you guys remember Laura saying, talking about said her and Fred was out on Beach Creek Road, around on June 15th. On June 15th, she said something about her and Fred being out on Beach Creek Road, doing something. I can't remember exactly what she said they were doing, but she said, but it's by that cemetery as well. It's by that cemetery as well. Her and Fred was supposed to be out there loading something up or doing something on the road. Put a one in the chat if you remember Laura talking about that. Because I definitely remember Laura talking about being on Beach Creek and doing something in that area as well. Yeah, exactly. I do remember that. So we've got Andy, we've got Andrew, we've got Jody Sue, and we've got Laura, all speaking of the same cemetery.
But you see, a few people are just starting to speak of it in the last few months. I was screaming about it.
Well, and we got Chad Arnold. When we were up there, my friend got out of the vehicle to go find the grave. As my friend is out there looking for the grave, which was hidden, which was completely covered up, hidden. And he had to clear it off to actually find it. The only reason he found it was because the sun happened to come up for a second and beam down on this particular black, what looked to be a black rock. And when he, and it caught his eye, he wanted to know what that was, because what is that? And he reached down, and started moving the debris around, and actually uncovered the tombstone, the very grave that we were looking for. And it was, it was all, somebody had tried to hide it. Somebody had tried to hide it, but
Try to hide that
there was
butt.
a truck. There was a truck that came in there, and everybody said this particular. When we described the truck, everyone said it's Chad Arnold's truck. And then Marlena gave me a picture of a truck and said, that that's the either Chaz or the type of the type he drives or something. I was like, okay, so and I clarified it. I was like, doesn't this look like the truck? To my friend, and they're like, oh yeah, absolutely. And I said, well, Marlena clarified that this is Chad. And so it was Chad up there stalking us up. And but he called Andy Bernard immediately. He got a hold of Andy Bernard immediately and told Andy Bernard that we were up there. And then Andy came into my chat and said, I saw your little friend in the cemetery. And no, Andy didn't see us in the cemetery. It was his little friend Chad. But why would Chad immediately contact Andy Bernard? And why was Chad up there stalking up this cemetery? Keeping watch on it. Why would he be keeping a watch on that cemetery? Now, Chad's the one that Candace met up with down at Fred's house and followed out of Beach Creek, out of Ben Hill Road onto Beach Creek, where Morrison Cemetery is. And that is the first time she came out after arriving back home. So why are they stocking up this particular cemetery?
Oh, maybe it was a plot that was already prepaid for. A lot of families do that.
He's not Timothy Morrison's family.
No, maybe somebody up there is. He knows.
Do you think he could have been stocking it up because he's one of the grave diggers? And when Candace followed him out, that's where she followed him to get rid of Summer before they even called law enforcement.
I don't think Candace and Don really did anything to her. I mean, there's a lot of hearsay on that. But I mean, if there was a known fact that any of them did, they wouldn't be out in the free right now. I mean, unless they finally break open the case and say that they did it, I'm just going to stay on the fence with it. Because I mean, assumptions.
They didn't get they got their kids taken. They didn't come back, not because of the house or the way the house looked. They didn't come back because they couldn't clear themselves with law enforcement.
I don't know. All I know
And two people that act like Don and Candace has, they're in this whole thing. Come on. They don't want flyers. They don't want billboards. They don't want none of this stuff for their daughter.
Listen,
No
some
reward
people-
when they found out that it wasn't going to be turned over to them if their daughter wasn't found.
But listen, some people don't want a big circus about it. They just want to do it quietly and quick.
They wanted a big damn circus. Can you guys hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me now? All right. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Okay, I appreciate that. Hey, 9362. I appreciate the support for Summer's channel. God bless. God bless. He says that a NASCAR July 15th of 2020 in Brazil, Tennessee, Andrew stated that the reason they left and went back. Oh, okay. So Jose was there from July until October. Okay, good to know. Because that's when Andrew went down there. That's when Jose stayed. Went back to New York was because the hotels was expensive. So you all were down there July 15th of 2020. Oh, wow. Good to know. I appreciate that info. Hey, Abigail, I appreciate that girl. PG, every time you let him talk, the next sentence he changes it to the truth. Yeah, I agree. He is not the smartest tool in the toolbox. Yeah, right? All right. Hey, Wendy, I appreciate. Hey, girl, member for 3 months. God bless. In Australia, I appreciate that, girl. I appreciate. Hey, Andrew, I know you're watching. Be jelly, baby. Be jelly. I know you jelly right now. And I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. All right. There we go. Andrew's over there. Wowly, woo, woo. Yeah. All I got to say is, hey, cat run. Right. Andrew's gonna be wanting to look for you. He's gonna need you in a minute. Run. Right. Get outside. Keep going. Circus, because they wanted a big damn circus because they were coming out here on everybody's YouTubes so they can make that pocket change, all that money, like to my understanding. Hey, Andrew, that's a good idea. Cry us a river so Candace can wash her feet in it. That's what I want to tell you, Andrew. That you can wash your feet in it. Standings $90-some thousand after they took some money out of the bank.
Jesus.
The bank statement was Saul.
Well, I don't know much about all that.
So they wanted that circus. Then they was running that circus.
Well, like I said, I don't know.
They weren't talking about their daughter. They was coming out. They was running that circus and coming out, and for everybody's listening because they want to hear about Summer, but all they heard about was Don's sisters, and they heard about the church, and they heard about, all of his BS, everything but his daughter, because that's the one thing he didn't want to talk about. And you with a criminal background and other people, as well as I do, that, we don't want to talk about anything that's going to get you put in prison, right?
Oh,
You
I
don't
don't
want
give a
to
shit.
talk about that. I mean, that's the one damn thing you want to avoid. You'll talk about everything, but you ain't going to talk about that. Governor of YouTube says, PG, I have someone. It better be that it better be for entertaining. If it ain't entertaining, I don't want to talk. Matt wants to have a conversation with you, right? Someone that wants to have that cracks me up.
Oh, see, there's a difference. I don't give a shit.
The
I'll watch
weather.
it.
Let's talk about the neighbors. Let's talk about anything, but don't bring that subject up because it's off the table. Right?
Well, like I said, I don't know about them. All I know is I ain't afraid to rock that jumpsuit. Shit, it's a vacation to me.
Well, it's no vacation to Don Wells.
Well, from
It's
what
not-
I hear, he ain't been back since he got that.
And to be
Oh,
honest with you, I don't even think it's a vacation for you.
Sure it is. I've been to jail enough. It's a vacation.
Nah, it's not a vacation for anybody.
Yeah.
One thing I know about the E wasn't supposed to be there. That's some funny shit. Jail. I can't say I've ever been in jail, but I can say I have been in the prison with jailers, with people in jails, cells. And I'm going to tell you, they all got the same story. They like to get the hell out of there. They want out. That place is a freaking nightmare. It ain't no damn picnic. Every day they have to get up and watch their back and make sure that that they don't end up not here any longer. It sounds like I said they need to get up and wash their back instead of wash their back. Did you guys catch on to that one? And they don't like it. The food is shit. The confinement is shit. Everything about it shit. And it's no vacation for anybody. That's what I always hear.
I got used to it over the years.
I don't think anybody can get used to that. I ain't seen nobody can get used to it yet.
There's a reason why we call this county's jail a cupcake camp.
So it wouldn't bother you to go to prison for life.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm doing it for the right reasons, no. If I'm doing it for, like, say it's to protect my kids.
Molly, you crack me up, girl. You crack me up. You be sounding Oriental. Molly be sounding Oriental in here. She like, if Andy see hamburger, he want hamburger. That's some funny stuff, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't have an issue with it.
Why would you need to protect your kid?
You never know when you need to protect your kids. It's just a thing. If something, knock on wood, is to happen, and I was stuck between that, and I was stuck with that choice, I'd protect my kids 110. I'll take a jail sentence for my kids any day of the week, as long as it's for the right reasons.
So you would take a lifetime. You would take a
A
lifetime
life sentence to protect my kids? Yes, I would.
to protect your child. Protect your child as from what? Because the only life sentence that and you're not even going to get a life sentence. because the only way I'm going to protect my child is if I got an intruder, or or I'm out
Yeah.
somewhere. If I'm out somewhere and someone, say
Listen, I already did 6 months back in 2016.
say
I
I'm
did 6 months
shopping,
with
I'm
people that I
shopping,
was on.
and somebody don't give me any choice, but I'm forced to
Oh,
do something onto a person, and I'm pretty sure because I pack all the time too. And
Well,
I'll
no,
tell you what,
what I'm
and
saying,
I'll tell
what
you
I'm
what.
saying is, but what I'm saying is, in
I will, but if
2016,
my
I did a
child can
bid
miss
for
a
my kid.
crime, if my child can miss a crime, I'm not going to go to jail for my child. If my child gets himself involved in something where, that's his problem. If he's out there on the street and he is messing with, he was trying to act like, basically, you know, he was, trying to, threaten PG up, like, he'd do anything for his kid, and and he don't care to be in prison, and yes he does. Yes, he's afraid. He's mother freaking afraid to be anywhere without his cat, and they ain't gonna let him take his cat to prison, right? Come on, Andrew, bullshit. With the wrong people, and he calls me up, I'm going to say, listen, buddy, that's your damn problem, not mine. You got yourself into it, you get yourself out of it.
No, my kids get one.
Well,
They get one bailout. That's it. That's all I was ever getting. That's all they ever get. One bailout.
but you're willing to go to prison for life for your child.
2016, I already did a jail bid for my kid
Give me,
before she was even here.
give me a scenario
This
of what?
2016.
Give me,
2016.
what did you
jail
do
bid.
2016?
I beat the fuck out of a kid who tried to stab my unborn child. And I missed her birth in the first.
Did you take note that he said he did that to a kid, not a man? He didn't say, I went and took care of another man or another guy. He said, I went and abused a kid. I went and abused a kid.
4 months of her life because I beat the bricks off this dude because he tried to stab my baby mama at the time, who was still pregnant with my daughter. I beat the fucking bricks off this dude. It looked like a legit crime scene in the bedroom when I fucked this
You
kid up.
shouldn't have went to jail. I don't. Did he say in a bedroom? Hold on. A life sentence, because the only way I'm going to protect my child is if I got an intruder, or or I'm out
Yeah.
somewhere. If I'm out somewhere and someone, say,
Listen, I already did 6 months back in 2016.
say I'm shopping, and somebody don't give me any choice, but I'm forced to do something onto a person, and I'm pretty sure because I pack all the time too. And I'll tell you what,
But what I'm saying is,
I will. But if my
I did a
child can
bid
miss
for
a
my
crime, if my child can miss a crime, I'm not going to go to jail for my child. If my child gets himself involved in something where, that's his problem. If he's out there on the street and he is messing with the wrong people, and he calls me up, I'm going to say, listen, buddy, that's your damn problem, not mine. You got yourself into it, you get yourself out of it.
No, my kids get one.
Well,
They get one bailout. That's it. That's all I was ever getting. That's all they ever get. One bailout.
But you're willing to go to prison for life for your child.
2016, I already did a jail bid for my kid before she was even here.
Give me a scenario.
This
of what?
2016.
Give me.
2016.
What did you do in 2016?
I beat the fuck out of a kid who tried to stab my unborn child. And I missed her birth in the first 4 months of her life because I beat the bricks off this dude because he tried to stab my baby mama at the time, who was still pregnant with my daughter. I beat.
Did you notice he looked at his arm like he's wearing a watch for it's I mean, it wasn't like 4 hours. It was like, 4 months. There's no watch going to show you 4 months, but he still looked at his arm like, like he had the time on it. What the fuck?
Beat the fucking bricks off this dude. It looked like a legit crime scene in the bedroom when I fucked.
He said in the bedroom. In the bedroom. This dude, oh man, I'm going to tell you what, I bet you, whoa, I bet you it wasn't over no baby's mama. I bet, oh hell no. I bet you he did 4 months because he was in the bedroom getting rough with his partner. He was probably in there getting rough with his partner. Whoa. And he said it was a kid. Damn. Dang. Whoa. I mean, they're in a bedroom. They're in a bedroom. Like, what is he doing in this kid's bedroom? What the heck is he doing in this kid's bedroom? That really? I'm gonna tell you something ain't right with this story. You shouldn't have went to jail for that. You shouldn't have went to jail for that.
Sure I did.
But you shouldn't have.
But I did.
That is called self-defense.
There's no self-defense laws in New York State.
Oh, there's got to be.
Nope, there is not. Unless it's in your own home. No, there is not. And then again, if you are using self-defense in your home and there is children in that home, you still get charged for endangering the welfare of children, even though they're your children. So any way you look at it, you're still catching a charge, whether you beat the snuff out of somebody on the streets or in your own home protecting your home.
I think you have a right to defend yourself no matter where you are.
Nope, there is no self-defense laws in New York State unless you are inside your own home, and if there are children, you yourself can still be charged with the endangering the welfare of minors.
So basically, if you have an intruder coming into your home and you're forced
and I
to
beat the snuff out of them, I can still go to jail for endangering the welfare of minors.
But that is BS. That is BS. There's no court in the United States that is going to prosecute you for defending yourself and your family in your own home. Hell to the no. Intruder can come in and off you all.
No, he'd go to prison for breaking it for B&E and whatever else they charge him with. But basically what you're saying is the intruder can come in and off you and your kid. It sounds like he might have been an intruder in some kid's bedroom beating the bricks off of it, right? And he could get out of there and nothing. Pretty much.
But if you protect your kids,
I can still get charged.
Intruder, you go to jail.
Yeah, I can still. Yeah,
I know. Not even in New York City.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sadly, yes.
Well,
Yep.
I don't know. He's saying he says that it was he was trying to be like, I'm this guy, like this guy was trying to do something to, his ex-old lady that was carrying his kid and all this stuff. And then he's like, he was in this dude's bedroom, right? He was in this kid. He calls this guy a kid. He says, I beat the bricks off this kid. And then in his bedroom, he said in his bedroom. So he was he was in somebody else's house. obviously beating the bricks off of a child. He said a kid, off of some kid in 2016. He's in somebody's house, in somebody's home, in the bedroom, right? Beating the bricks off of a kid. What the freak? Wow, this is weird shit. We'll
You
research
still
up
get,
on
no,
that.
listen, you could still get in trouble. You could still get endangering the welfare of a minor for getting physical with somebody in front of getting physical with somebody in front of them. You can still get in trouble for that. Whether or not the police choose to charge you with that is a different story. But that is still a possibility to happen because you're putting your kids in danger by fighting in front of them.
Yeah, what was the guy doing around you and your wife? Where were you guys at when this particular incident happened?
Wasn't my wife. It was an ex. It was actually my baby mama. I don't know. Listen, I was hanging out with homies because I wasn't with her. I was with my second wife before we were married, hanging out with her. And then I got the call and pictures showing this dude trying to stab her, along with a short video of the shit. And
Oh, it sounds like it sounds like a made up story that he told law enforcement in order to get out of some trouble where he went into somebody's home and beat the bricks off of a child in a bedroom. Put a 1 in the chat if that's what you're hearing. That's what I'm hearing. In my opinion, he's telling a lie. He's having people, lie for him because, he was going to jail, right? He's going to jail. And it sounds like he made up a lying story as an excuse for being in this kid's bedroom, attacking it the way he was. Wow. And did you hear him say that it was a real, mess? That it was a real, you know what I'm saying? Whoa. Wow. That's insane. That's insane. I'm telling you, see, they pick on old people and they pick on children. They pick on old people and children. Yeah, that's why it's good to listen to him. This is why, you'll learn a whole lot when you listen to these people talk.
I hunted dude down that night and went 0 to 100 real quick.
Oh, so he didn't proceed to do anything to her.
No, he
But
proceeded to try to stab her.
But you
But
wasn't,
her current husband was with her at the time. And
but
he was trying to fight dude off as he's trying to stab her. And I, being the asshole that I am, went and beat the bricks off.
so you basically was not there at the time,
No,
but you
I was
went
actually not
later.
even in that side of town at the time.
But you seek this person out at a later date.
No, I got his location about 2 hours later, and I went down into town and I beat the bricks off.
That's why you
in
went.
town.
That's why he said he went down. He went down to the person's house. He went to their house. You know what they did? What he did is he went into somebody's home and then made up a lie about them. And God knows what he did in that bedroom to that kid, right? It's hard telling what he was in there doing to that kid. Whoa. Yeah, old boy's a freak, right? He's an old freak. Dang. That's why I told you, man, don't be socializing yourself with people who look like they crawl out from under rocks. Don't be socializing yourself with that. Right? You went to prison.
No,
You went to jail. You went to jail because
because
you
I
went
beat the bricks off.
because you did it after the fact.
I beat
That
the
you
bricks
can't
off
do it
with
after the
a
fact.
bitch.
If you would have been there, I assumed you was there right at the time. It was a boy. It was a boy. I'm going to tell you, wow. He went into into a boy kid's bedroom, and he says beat the bricks off of it. Wow, that sounds like some not good shit, right? That sounds like some not very good stuff. Yeah. That's why they put him in jail. That's why his ass was in jail. They should have kept him. If he's going around going into people's houses, going into, little boys' bedrooms, doing weird stuff, why the hell didn't they keep him in jail? You got to wonder about this one going down. But you wasn't there. Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, in 2016, his old ass would have been a grown man. His old ass would have been a grown-ass man. Right? Okay, good to know. Good to know.
I would have went to jail again for assault.
Right.
So that's how that was. Either way you look at it, I still would have went to jail. Whether I beat his ass right then at the time he was doing it, or whether I beat his ass at a later date, I was still going to jail for assault.
No, you wouldn't have won if it would have been at the time because there's nothing they could have done. You had a right to defend your wife or the woman and yourself. I'm going to tell you what, I don't think it happened. I don't think it happened. Man, these are some evil criminals right there. Some real evil criminals. I bet you that kid wasn't even, I bet you 10 to 1 that kid didn't have anything and wasn't even there. They made up that shit.
You would have went for some dumb shit. What? No. In the house, please. Good night. I love you.
You can't attack people after the fact.
Sure, yeah. I wasn't in town.
No. And you can't legally do anything if their back is to you.
Their back wasn't to me. I was face to face with them.
Well, but you did it after the fact.
Who knocked them the fuck out? I made damn sure of it.
Right.
I wasn't playing that, I'm going to wait till your back's turned bullshit. No. I made damn sure he knew who it was. And yes, if you must know, it's the baby mama that's currently in jail. Actually, she gets out soon.
So why does he keep looking at his arm when he ain't even got a damn watch on it? Why does he keep staring at his arm when there's no watch there? He's got a couple of strings wrapped around his arm, right? Some kind of freaking, strings wrapped on his arm. There's no watch. And he keeps staring at it like, yeah. Freak. Someone says, so would you have come for a man's child if they hurt your son's ego?
No, I'll let my son handle that. That's an ego problem. That ain't a me problem. My son has an ego problem. My son has an ego trip. Okay.
I'm going to tell you, I don't know who that kid is that he did this to. I guess you could find out because he was a grown-ass man when he did it. But, you ever notice, Andrew, that Andrew don't go toe-to-toe with another man? He doesn't really go toe-to-toe with, a real woman. One that would, that would show his ass. No, you can't, Andrew. Wow, this dude, it sounds like he said he went into he was in the bedroom with this kid. Wow. Like violating it, right? In there violating it. That's weird. Yeah.
And have an ego trip. That's
Say for instance, like your boy, he's into wanting to be a thug. And say he calls you up, he calls you up because, you know, he can't, somebody's after him from, you know, one a thug from the other side is coming at him. Are you going to go and take care of that thug?
Nope. That's his business to handle. Like I said, if you're right, if it's for right reasons, I'll do what I got to do. If it's for wrong reasons, you're on your own.
I was on Ben Hill when I saw somebody in the cemetery. Andy, first you say it was you, and then you say it wasn't you. You said it wasn't you stalking us up at the cemetery, and then you say it is you.
Just leave.
It was Chad. It was Chad that was stalking us up, and because I got you on recording saying it was Chad, you was over on Crystal's. You was on Crystal's channel, and you said you wasn't over there. That wasn't you. That you wasn't stalking me up like Chad. You brought Chad's name out. So I know it was Chad now because of what you said. I know, you know, because that's what happens to you guys. When you go on Crystals and you go on these different places, you know, you slip up, you mess up. It is what it is. And that's why, you know, that's why you got the right to remain silent. What you say will and can be held against you in the court of law. That's exactly why they say that. Because you know, if your best bit is to keep your mouth shut. I mean, if you don't want people knowing, you know, finding out that you know that you're a scum bucket, that you're a scum bucket.
You gotta realize nowadays. You gotta realize nowadays that you know, innocent until proven guilty shit. That ain't how it goes. You're guilty till proven innocent.
That's right.
It's like you're not innocent, period. You get locked up, bro, you gotta prove you're innocent. You guilty all the way through until the devil drops and says you're not.
That's right. And you know, and if you're really innocent, you won't have a hard time proving that.
Shit, I don't. I usually, last time I got locked up, I looked right at him and said, yup, I fucking did it. What took you 10 days to find me for? I ain't moved.
Well, if
I saw the pictures that were taken after that fight, fuck.
It's just my opinion. It's just my opinion, Andy, that you have all to do with Summers' case. That's just my opinion. I mean, too much has been said. I think that you had something to do with it. I definitely believe you had something to do with it. That's, you know, that's my opinion. I'm going to keep it because, you know, you're supposed to have this dream. Well, first of all, you weren't supposed to even have a dream. First of all, Jody Sue was just supposed to be, you know, a scorned woman telling a bunch of BS that wasn't no truth to it. And then you come, you know, and then when you was asked a few times and pushed and, you know, then you said it was a dream. And then it went from being a dream about Summers, you know, unlive body to, oh no, it was a dream about the cemetery. You know, and then it was, oh no, not a dream about the cemetery. I actually was pulled out of my sleep because of all the singing and all the stuff going on in the cemetery. You know, startled you out of your sleep. You know, what the hell was it? You told so many different stories. And, you know, the truth doesn't change. Lies do. Lies, you can't keep up with lies. You can keep up with the truth because it doesn't ever change. And you always remember it. Right? And like Jody Sue said, go ask him what he was selling, what he was giving to Candace to sedate those little girls. That's what she said. You go ask him. And I think that's why your hands might be dirty in all of this. It's because, you know, you were supplying the stuff. And that's a problem. Right? Hey, PG's little girl, I'm bringing you up. How you doing,
Hello,
girlfriend?
hello. Doing good.
Did you want to ask Andrew a question or
How are you,
something, girl?
Mama?
I'm doing good.
Do what?
Did you want to ask Andrew a question? He's up here.
Yeah, Andrew, not trying to be no disrespect or anything, because I have talked to you behind the scenes and stuff before, but what makes you think
I'm not.
Candace
I'm not
didn't do
moving. I'm
something
not
to
moving
Summer or
on,
Dawn?
Andrew.
Because she abused her
Andy, I'm not
kid.
moving on.
She abused her first boy badly.
Who did?
Candace did.
I couldn't hear
And,
what you
and
said.
I think you said you didn't think that Candace would have done anything to Summer, but you got to stop and think she abused her kid back then, her boy.
Well, all I know is stories about that. I ain't seen any hard facts evidence on that. Personally,
No,
I
it's
ain't
true.
seen any
There's documents of
hard
it.
facts.
Right. I
So
know there's
I mean,
documents.
I ain't seen no police reports, no nothing on none of that. So I can only go stand on the fence with that argument. I don't know them like that, and those who know them, it's he said she said at this point.
How come? I'd like to ask you, Andrew. How come that your opinion? Because I remember, I remember at the beginning of all of this, your opinion. That the parents know, and your opinion was all on the wells and everything. Was
I'm not so pissed off anymore.
Was the same as everyone else's, and he's not pissed off anymore. He's not pissed off anymore. That's what that's what he's saying. I'm not pissed off anymore. I heard Andrew had some money coming in from some people around Ben Hill Road. That's what I hear through the grapevine. Is Andrew has been getting money from people around Ben Hill Road, from suspects, is what I'm hearing. And I just heard that. I just heard that today. Very reliable source. Very, very reliable source. That Andrew's been getting sent monies. All right? Didn't think I know that, did you, Andrew? You didn't know I knew. Yeah. And who could have told that information? Oh yeah, Fred's one of them too. That's right, Fred. I appreciate you reminding me of that, PG's little girl. Fred Hill's one of them as well that I heard. Not today. I heard before today that Fred was sending monies. So but he's getting monies from people that were suspects surrounding Summer's case off of Ben Hill Road. Yeah. And then all of a sudden here lately, since you've been corresponding with Andy Bernard and some of these people out of Ben Hill, it's like, a whole different. No, Molly, Fred did give him money. And then he came back and asked Fred for more monies. And Fred was like, I sent it to you, but I ain't got it. He was asking for $20. I heard Fred sent him like $20, and then he was wanting 20 more bucks.
Because I ain't been so pissed off lately.
So you ain't been pissed off lately?
Nope.
What's changed?
I quit drinking. A lot of things, your mind does tend to rewire itself back to where it's supposed to be when you quit adding, mind altering substances to your body.
Molly, you cracked me up. Oh, my bad. I guess. No, no, because a lot of people are,
I was
are
a good guy once, and then I started.
a lot of people are recovering addicts and alcoholics, and what they're
I was only pissed off at them because they didn't answer me. That's it. And then
answer
I got
what?
over it.
What did you want to ask them?
I tried to get a hold of them back when I found out what Summer went missing, and I got ignored and nothing. And then I got over it.
But why was you? What was you wanting to ask?
What the fuck was going on, and why was my kid involved?
And they
They didn't answer me. And it's fine.
They basically rode you off the hill before you even got up there. He said, I wanted to ask him. What happened? Is my kid involved? Was my kid involved?
Never was on a hill. Never went.
That's-
Never had
That's
plans of going
what I'm
nowhere.
saying. You were rolled off before you got up there.
I reached out through Facebook to get a hold of them, but I also sat back and realized I've been pissed off at them this whole time for no fucking reason at all, because at the time they didn't know who was who and what was up and what was down, because so many people were getting a hold of them. So many fake fucking accounts. So yeah, I didn't look at it.
How did you find that out? How did you find that out?
Common sense.
I know it wasn't common sense. I'm going to tell you, ever since the grave yard came into play, all of these people's hooking up. All of them, all that little circle is coming together right now. Why? Because in my opinion, if they check that grave, in my opinion, they're going to find Summer. And in my opinion, all these guys know that the minute they pull Summer up out of there, they're going to start going to prison. Right? It's going to all be over. It's going to all be over. Like a whole lot of people's going to jail. That's it. Just is what it is. Because at that point they're going to end up getting, Chad Arnold, and he's going to squeal on Can, and then Can's going to squeal on, in my opinion, Hunter, and then it's going to play a domino effect. It's going to be like they all going down. Right? That's what's going to happen. But that ain't common sense.
Well, your child goes missing, it hits news, and then it hits YouTube and goes worldwide. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people reaching out to you.
They knew exactly who you was.
Oh yeah, but don't mean they answered me when I asked them what the fuck was going on.
He said they wasn't effing answering when he was trying to ask him what was going on. I'm going to tell you, it's my opinion. Andrew knows exactly what the F going on. That's my opinion. And as you see, he gave up a whole lot of information. He wanted to destroy and take back. And he that's what he was, banking on. He was banking on, saying all this stuff. And then he thought, that all that information was going to have to go bye-bye. Well, no, that information don't have to go bye-bye. It can actually, be saved and brought back to the light, right? Brought back to the light. So I guess Andrew learned something. We educated him, right? He got schooled. That's all I got to say. Old boy got schooled. He's probably sitting over there, you know, jumping up and down and saying all kinds of crazy, weird stuff, and God only knows what, right? I think he calls himself Cornelius or something. Don't he call himself Cornelius or something? What the fuck is that weird old name that he calls himself? It's like a super old lady's name, right? Cornelius, what is it? Yeah, he be calling himself some freaking super old, you know, like back in, I don't know, like maybe hundreds, thousands of years ago, you know, name. Like you know, you have to watch a super old movie in order to hear the name. You know, but I think he calls himself something like Cornelius, or some weird shit. Yeah, all freaky and weird. Like, you know, he'd be sitting over there, like, you know, he'd probably be sitting when people ain't watching. He'd probably sitting over there in old granny dress and stuff, staring around. Yeah, like some scary stuff. He probably went into that kid's bedroom dressed like grandma, and, you know, he calls it beating the bricks. But, you know, I call that mother freaking violating people. I mean, that's that's so freaking that's really out there, you know. Oh yeah. Oh, listen, officers, this little kid that I just, you know, did all this stuff to in that bedroom. Yeah, well, earlier, you know, he had a fork on threatening up some big old, you know, and we know how big Andrew's women are, right? We know how, I mean, these ain't little women that can't take care of themselves. I mean, if a kid came up, I don't care what it had. Could you imagine a kid coming up to Allison? I mean, that's like fee, fi, fo, fum, right? Yeah, that would be like some Jack and the Beanstalk shit. You know, the giant chasing little Jack. Come on. No. I mean, they ain't nobody gonna be threatening up his women. No way. That's weird. It sounds to me like he did a, you know, a like basically trespassed into someone's home and went into a kid's bedroom and, you know, did some evil, sinister stuff in there. That's what it sounds like to me. If it's true, if what he said is true, that's what it sounds like to me. And that's weird, especially if you heard what he said, you know, about how you know, he gave gruesome details there as well. He gave some real gruesome details, you know. So that's horrible. But I'm done. I'm done with Andrew. I'm done. I played him out and kept my word that, you know, everything he said would be out here, and it is. Nobody missed it. So it's back, right? Here's Johnny. But anyway, and I put him through 2 days of pure fucking misery, having to sit over there and watch it all. Right? So I'm so happy with standing my ground against, you know, that evilness that was coming at us sideways. Don't come at us sideways. It don't pay to come at us sideways, Andrew. I'm going to tell you, you're an amateur. You're an amateur. No match for this place over here. You might want to stay on the the kiddie side of the pool and not be over here, where all the big kids are. But anyway, I'm done with Andrew for right now. All right. For right now, we're going to head into the 4th of July. There's Andy. We found Andy. He's up there keeping guard. He's spending the 4th of July keeping guard. Everybody else went out to party. He they're keeping guard all the time, right? And Chad's like, hey man, I need the 4th of July off. You get up there, Andy. You watch it yourself. So Andy's up there now. He's up there watching the fireworks, holding his little balloon, He's even got a little firework flowers right there, right? Some little firework flowers he's holding, make himself feel better that, he ain't able to enjoy the fireworks with everybody else, with the big boys. He has to be a little boy and watching the cemetery right there. So sad. Everybody feels sorry for Andy, the little freaking Gnome, right? That's what he looks like. He looks like one of them Gnomes, one of them freaking garden gnomes, right? Anyway, I made sure I brought something because I don't come in on Fridays. You guys know that I observe the 7th. So I won't be in here tomorrow. And I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to miss you so much. But I don't come in on Fridays. And so I wanted to do a little something for Summer tonight. I wanted to do a little something for her as we go out of here tonight. So I got a couple of things I want to play out. I want to play out before we go out of here. This is a picture, a 4th of July picture that we made for Summer this year. This is Summer's dressed like little Betsy Ross, sewing the flag this year. And along with the picture, I wanted to play out the history for you of Betsy Ross. We really need to protect our history because they're wanting to change all of our history to fit a different narrative. Just like they're taking all the classic movies and the classic books, and now they're wanting to turn it in to something it isn't. They're really destroying history. And, and it's very crucial that we keep the truth, about, the history of the United States, because they'll have you believing that, if they can't get you to believe that it didn't ever happen at all, then they'll try to get you to believe that someone else did it, right? That somebody else did it. It wasn't the hero and, the big hero that you've read about all these years. I think it is, because see, the thing about history is it's passed down. It's passed down generation after generation until it reaches us. And over the last couple of generations, they have been, trying to, steer away from history altogether so they could change it and then bring it back like it's the truth. Well, I'm going to tell you, we need to know the old history, but not only know it, but hand it down to our kids, and so they can hand it to their grandkids, and so that it won't get lost in the shuffle. People need to know the truth. These are great heroes, and that went through a lot so we can have the freedom we have today. And they shouldn't be getting lost and getting blotched out because, somebody else wants to make up some bullshit and turn everything into lies. So it's very crucial, to stand firm on our history and make sure that people ain't changing it to what they want instead of what it is.
1871 pamphlet enthusiastically not only credited Betsy Ross for designing the first U.S. flag, but for coming up with the name United States of America.
Now, I think the people in 1871 would know a lot more about, Betsy Ross and history that has been handed down from generations to generations than people would know today, right? People today, that's why we read the history from 18, the 1700s to 1800s. So we know the truth of what was going on back then. I mean, those people back then ain't gonna be writing no damn lies. Why would they write a lie about a lady who made a flag? Why would they write a lie like that? That's crazy. That's insane. But they want you to believe today that, it didn't happen. It didn't happen, or it was somebody else that made the flags. Somebody that fits their narrative, because Betsy Ross don't, right? And we can't allow that to happen. We can't allow that to happen. I think these people back there in the 1800s knew who really made the flag. And it was Betsy Ross. Just saying.
America, and writing a hymn that was the basis for the French anthem, La Marseillaise. In 1773, at age 21, Betsy crossed the river to New Jersey to elope with John Ross, a fellow apprentice of Webster's and the son of an Episcopal rector, a double act of defiance that got her expelled from the Quaker Church. The Rosses started their own upholstery shop, and John joined the militia. He died after barely 2 years of marriage, though family legend would attribute John's death to a gunpowder explosion. Betsy would often tell her children, grandchildren, relatives, and friends of a fateful day, late in May of 1776. When 3 members of a secret committee from the Continental Congress came to call upon her. Those representatives, George Washington, Robert Morris, and George Ross, asked her to sew the first flag. George Washington was then the head of the Continental Army. Robert Morris, an owner of vast amounts of land, was perhaps the wealthiest citizen in the colonies. Colonel George Ross was a respected Philadelphian and also the uncle of her late husband, John Ross. Naturally, Betsy Ross already knew George Ross as she had married his nephew. Betsy was also acquainted with the great General Washington. Not only did they both worship at Christ Church in Philadelphia, but Betsy's pew was next to George and Martha Washington's pew. Her daughter recalled that she was previously well acquainted with Washington, and that he had often been in her house in friendly visits, as well as on business. That she had embroidered ruffles for his shirt bosoms and cuffs, and that it was partly owing to his friendship for her that she was chosen to make the flag. In June 1776, brave Betsy was a widow struggling to run her own upholstery business. Upholsterers in colonial America not only worked on furniture but did all manner of sewing work, which for some included making flags. According to Betsy, General Washington showed her a rough design of the flag that included a 6-pointed star. Betsy, a standout with the scissors, demonstrated how to cut a 5-pointed star in a single snip. Until that time, colonies and militias used many different flags. Some are famous, such as the rattlesnake flag, used by the Continental Navy, with its venomous challenge, "Don't tread on me." Other flags were quite similar to Britain's Union Jack or incorporated elements of it. A picture of the Grand Union flag is shown here. This is not surprising. Many colonists considered themselves loyal subjects of Britain. Many colonists came from Britain, and King George III ruled over the colonies. On January 1, 1776, the Continental Army was reorganized in accordance with a congressional resolution which placed American forces under George Washington's control. On that New Year's Day, the Continental Army was laying siege to Boston, which had been taken over by the British Army. Washington ordered the Grand Union flag hoisted above his base at Prospect Hill, in compliment of the United Colonies. In Boston, on that New Year's Day, the Loyalists had been circulating a recent King George speech, offering the Continental forces favorable terms if they laid down their arms. These Loyalists were convinced that the King's speech had impressed the Continentals into surrendering as a sign of the Continentals' surrender. The Loyalists mistook the flying of the Grand Union flag over Prospect Hill as a show of respect to King George. In fact, however, the Continentals knew nothing of the speech until later. Washington wrote in a letter dated January 4, "By this time, I presume, they begin to think it strange we have not made a formal surrender of our lines." Obviously a new flag was needed. According to Betsy Ross's dates and sequence of events, in May the Congressional Committee called upon her at her shop. She finished the flag either in late May or early June 1776. In July, the Declaration of Independence was read aloud for the first time at Independence Hall. Amid celebration, bells throughout the city tolled, heralding the birth of a new nation. Much suffering and loss of life would result, however, before the United States would completely sever ties with Britain. Betsy Ross herself lost 2 husbands to the Revolutionary War. During the conflict, the British appropriated her house to lodge soldiers. Through it all she managed to run her own upholstery business, and after the soldiers left, she wove cloth pouches which were used to hold gunpowder for the Continentals. On June 14, 1777, the Continental Congress, seeking to promote national pride and unity, adopted the national flag. Resolved, that the flag of the United States be 13 stripes, alternate red and white, that the Union be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation.
There you go. That is the true story of Betsy Ross and how the American flag became the American flag. That's the true story of it all. I just wanted to put that out here tonight as a little extra something for Summer Moon, Utah Wells, and for all these missing kids and other children, other children who are being abused and neglected and destroyed as well. There's a lot of children out there. If you see something, say something. If you see something, you guys say something, because you could save a child. You could save a child. Summer could have been saved if more people would have just stepped up and witnessed to what was going on. By the time they was, wanting to witness, it was too late. You got to step up before it's too late for these children. And, thank goodness someone did for True's kid, right? Someone had to step up for True's kid. And thank goodness they did. They did, before it got to the point of Summer. It's sad that a lot of these cases get to the point of Summer and Quentin and and possibly even Sebastian. It's horrifying. Megan Boswell case. It should never get to that. But sadly it does. And we need to be the voices for the voiceless before they go missing, instead of just after. It's very important, to be a voice in all situations and to save as many children as possible. I mean, This is, this is the fifth. This would be the fifth. Summer's been missing 4 years. 4 years. She missed July 4th, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and now 2025. Summer has missed 5 4th of Julys since she's been gone. And as much as we love our country, as much as we love the 4th of July, it's hard not to think about these children. It's really hard to celebrate when you know that there's so many children like Summer that's not getting to celebrate at all. It's really hard. So let's keep these children in our prayers. Let's keep them in our prayers. Let us pray to God. Let them be found, brought home, justice served. These missing children are the topic. The goal is to find them, bring them home, and get justice for them. And I know law enforcement is really working hard and working overtime on Summer's case right now. They've got something. They said they just need just a little bit more. And I think they've got what they want. And it's going to all come together and possibly this child's case completely solved. Very soon. So keep those prayers going up because God does listen. He does listen. And He does answer. So please, hold your all's hands, bow your heads, and pray to God in the name of His Son, Jesus Christ. In Jesus' holy name, pray that God allows these babies to be found, brought home, and justice served on their behalf. Pray that God gets this evil off of our streets so it can't hurt or do anything else to any other children ever. Amen. Keep those prayers going up, you guys. And stick around and show Summer and all of these kids support as we go out of here tonight. I'm going to play out their 4th of July song as we go out of here tonight. So please send up the heart, send up the love for these kids as this song plays out and we leave here tonight. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Happy 4th of July. Good night. God bless and much love.